This time I'm going to call to order our May 5th Baldwin County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. If you will, at this time, if you'll stand, we'll have a word of prayer and a pledge of allegiance. Our Father, on this day that our country has designated a day of national prayer, we lift up to you a nation in need. We are divided in many ways, but Father, we are a blessed nation. So we do need to give you thanks for what you have done for this country. We're so thankful, Father, that we live in a part of this country where it's a great place, and we're fortunate to have leaders and first responders that do a lot of things for us, Father, and we want to thank them. And so, Father, we lift up to you these. We pray that you'll bless this meeting tonight. As I often say, I just pray that we'll show respect to each other and we'll honor you in what we say and do. And we pray all this in the name of Jesus. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we'll have roll call. Daniel Nance, Brandon Bias, Robert Davis, Mr. Tonsmeyer, Paget. Here. Mr. Mullick. Here. Mr. Seibert.
Here.
Mr. Booyer. Here. Ms. Stradiger. Well, we have a quorum. All right, gentlemen, we have our minutes of our work session and our minutes from our regular meeting of April the 7th. We will go ahead and approve both of these. Are there any comments, any changes or revisions to those? I'd entertain a motion that they be approved then.
I'll make a motion we approve the work session minutes and the meeting minutes.
Mr. Mullick has made a motion that both be approved. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Mr. Seibert seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those are approved. Okay, let me just quickly, for those of you that are in, and I know we have many that are outside, let me just give a quick rundown of the process of our meeting. First and foremost, if you have come to speak on an item tonight, I hope that you did stop at the front desk and fill out a form, pro or against in whatever case that might be. Those will be brought to me, and at the appropriate time, I will open the public hearing on each case. We will allow the staff to make their presentation. The applicant will then speak, and at some point during that time, I will then call on those that have turned in those forms to come up and speak. Now, because we have so many here tonight, this will be a lengthy meeting. We try our best to allow you plenty of time and allow everybody to speak. So on the larger groups, hopefully you have folks that can speak for the group. I will do my best to let everybody that wants to speak, but I am going to hold it to 3 minutes. We're going to do our best to try to keep it down. So, and please, don't feel the need to repeat what somebody else has already said. We're not doing a polling here of how many are for something or against something. We just need to hear your comments on the case, what you see is an issue for us to consider. So please do that. I would ask that you mute your phones so we're not interrupted by those. So at this time, I think, Matthew, you have something you want to open with before we get into our public hearings?
Yes, sir. First of all, I do want to thank our planning commissioners tonight for serving. These are citizens who are appointed. They come from their jobs or wherever they are in their walk of life to hear these cases, and there's no pay for this, and there are difficult decisions on the agenda tonight, and this is not easy for them. And I thank you all for volunteering your evening. It's going to be a long evening that you're going to volunteer for this tonight. I also want to thank our staff. We have had record-breaking permits coming in the door lately, and that puts a high strain on the team in addition to these very difficult public cases. What everybody sees here is the public cases. We have a lot of admin cases, huge numbers of them that we process as a department. So I want to thank the team for their hard work there. And then finally, but certainly not least, tonight is Linda Lee's final planning commission meeting prior to retirement. She has been a huge asset for our team. She places a critical eye on cases no matter who's representing them, to be sure that we're looking at cases equitably. She'll be presenting one of the very difficult cases tonight, and it's something she and I have discussed back and forth because it's difficult, and Linda is going to miss. Linda, raise your hand. You got to at least raise your hand. I know she won't stand up, but thank you for your service, Linda. Now, real briefly, before we dive into the agenda as a whole, I want to remind everybody the difference between a rezoning case and a subdivision case, because we're going to hear both of those tonight. And it's important to understand the differences and the steps that are involved in that. So there are two types of review: a zoning review. If someone's requesting a rezoning, they're requesting to change what is allowed to be put on that property. If someone's requesting a subdivision, they're trying to divide property up into multiple lots or units. So let's start by talking about the zoning review. So the focus of zoning is to encourage the transition from less intense uses to more intense uses. You want to go from rural, large residential, smaller residential, multifamily, commercial, heavy or large commercial, industrial. You're trying to encourage that transition of uses. The key word here with rezoning is compatibility. We're looking to see, is this a compatible use with neighboring uses? This is a very subjective review. I should say it's a more subjective review, with the County and Planning Commission given broad discretion. The review is like a balancing test, similar to what you find in the court system, where you'll have judges balancing out several factors. In the case of a zoning review, it's 11 factors described in section 19.6 of our zoning ordinance. You analyze this kind of like a lawyer or a judge. And this is important because many of these cases aren't necessarily slam dunk one way or the other. You're weighing all the cases out, you're putting them on the scale, and sometimes the scale is tipping almost imperceptibly one way or the other. And that's the difficult job that we as staff have. We have to make a recommendation based on that, and this planning commission makes a recommendation based on that. That's the final thing to note for the zoning review. In those cases heard tonight, the planning commission just makes a recommendation, and the county commission will make a final approval one way or the other. Let's talk about subdivisions. The focus of a subdivision case is dividing land into multiple lots or units without regulating the use on the lot or in the unit. So it's important to note here that there are some controversial cases tonight that involve rezonings for a future anticipated subdivision. That subdivision is not on tonight's agenda, just the first step where they're trying to get it rezoned so they can then come back and request a subdivision. In most cases, they will have to come back and do a whole new separate application, a whole new public hearing to have that subdivision reviewed and approved. And the key word for a subdivision is technical compliance. As part of the subdivision review, we look at stormwater, traffic, wetland preservation. All those technical issues are part of that subdivision review process. However, it's also a much more objective review. With a subdivision case, if they check all those technical boxes, then the planning commission has little discretion but to approve that subdivision. So you review a subdivision case more like a checklist by contrast to a zoning case. And you kind of analyze that more like an engineer or an accountant. It's important when you hear these cases to think, where are we in the process and what type of case are we reviewing tonight? So when you get to your case, if it's a rezoning case, we're going to be looking on the green side. If it's a subdivision case, we're going to be looking on the blue side. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'll turn it over to you to bring us into our first case.
Okay. So we'll start with our subdivision cases. Our first case is, and I'm going to open the public hearing for this, case number SPP 22-2 Pecan Place. Ms. Booth, is there anybody here that needed to disclose any prior communications on this item, members? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. The first case tonight is SP 22-2 Pecan Grove. It was presented to you in your staff report as Pecan Place. We found out later that was an existing subdivision, so we asked them to provide us a couple names, and Pecan Grove was available, so that is what they're going with. This is for a proposed 34-lot subdivision. It is located in Silver Hill. It is currently unzoned. It is located on 18.76 acres, and it will have public streets dedicated to right-of-way. There's no traffic study because there are less than 50 lots. There will be drainage improvements, which the drainage narrative included in your staff report indicated the required improvements. There are no wetlands. The utility providers will be Town of Silver Hill for water, Baldwin County Sewer for sewer provider, and Riviera Utilities for electric. This is your plat showing the layout of the proposed subdivision. And this is showing your surrounding zoning areas. There is RA and RSF1 in the area, along with RSFE. This is located outside of Silver Hill's planning jurisdiction, so it's in the Silver Hill community, but it's located in the county. This is the stormwater report that was prepared that indicates there are drainage improvements. They have been reviewed by the Highway Department and have been accepted. Staff recommends the preliminary plat for SPP 22-2 Pecan Grove be approved, subject to compliance with Baldwin County subdivision regulations. There are no conditions for approval. And I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, any members of the Planning Commission have any questions for staff? Apparently not. Okay. Amazing. Have no one signed up to speak on this? Is there a representative of the applicant here? Even more amazing. Okay. Well, we have no one here to speak for or against, and no one representing it. Anybody have any questions follow-up questions for Mary? Mary, you have anything else to add?
I do not. I'm not sure if there's going to be any intersection improvements. I would like to defer to Wheezy Jeffords with Highway on that one.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Wheezy Jeffords with the Baldwin County Highway Department. There have not been any identified intersection improvements at that signalized intersection yet.
Okay.
Mary, in our report, this says it's in Planning District 14, but it says the citizens of Planning District 13 have not implemented zoning. So where exactly is it?
Hold on. Just give me 1 second here. It is in Planning District 14.
It is in 14. So it is zoned.
It is not zoned. It's in Planning District 14, but it's unzoned.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions?
In our packet, it has drainage improvements have been recommended, and then it says, up in the front, it says none required.
Yes, sir. That was an error in your staff reports, and as I indicated at the beginning of the presentation, there are requirements that could be recommended.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is there any type of requirement on this particular property for a second egress, ingress opportunity?
Yes, sir. There is an access to 104, but it will be gated.
Okay. But no second?
No, the primary interest is going to be in and out on County Road 49.
Okay.
There'll be emergency access
Okay.
at 104. Yes, sir.
That'll be located at the cul-de-sac?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing then. Entertain a motion. Mr. Davis made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Mr. Seibert seconded the motion. Any questions, comments before we vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's approved. Okay, at this time, we're going to open the Public hearing for case SC 22-18. This is the replat of lots 5A and B of Gardner Trace. Any planning commission members need to declare any prior communications on this item? Ms. Booth, it's me, you again?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is a replat of lots 5A and B of Gardner Trace subdivision, a proposed 6-lot subdivision. It is located in Planning District 22. It is zoned RA. There are no roads proposed. All lots will front on existing paved roads. There was no traffic study required. There are no drainage improvements required, and a drainage narrative has been included within your report. There are no wetlands. There will be on-site well, on-site septic, and power be provided by Baldwin EMC. On your screen is the orientation is rotated to fit on the screen, but it's the proposed subdivision. This is your zoning map. Currently surrounded by RA mostly. There is one area that is B3, but the majority is RA. This is located in Alberta's community. It's not inside any planning jurisdiction, so it's total county. This is your drainage narrative prepared for the property, subject property. Drainage improvements have not been recommended, and the written drainage narrative has been accepted and reviewed by Baldwin County. Staff recommends the preliminary plat for case SC 22-18 be approved, subject to compliance with Baldwin County subdivision regulations. There are no conditions for approval.
Okay.
I welcome any questions you may have.
Any planning commission members have any questions for staff? Okay. I have one sign up, Randall Tillman. You want to speak?
No, sir. I'm here representing the land survey.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I do know that there's someone in the audience raising their hand here who may not be signed up to speak.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for the applicant representative? Okay. All right, is there someone that wanted to speak on this item?
I want to.
Give us your name and address, if you will, for the record.
My name is Judith Bramlage. I live at 34122 Medlin in Lillian. And my question is more on the general line of where does this fit in a general suburban plot? Where's your planning package? I don't see you referring anywhere to, as you're adding subdivisions, you're referring to a general subdivision package that you would say that you've reached a certain percentage of it, that you're going so far, no further. You seem to be adding them willy-nilly everywhere. And I'm questioning where's the reference to the planning package?
Well, ma'am, I'm not sure what you're referring to, a planning package. We have a comprehensive plan, if that's what you're referring to.
Do you have a comprehensive plan?
We do. The county has a comprehensive plan, and our staff looks at each site that comes in and evaluates. Number one, we evaluate whether the property is within a zone district of the county, because that has a different set of criteria for it than an unzoned area. And we have districts in this county that are zoned. We have those that are unzoned. And that adds another layer of review to it. So, but we have a subdivision regulation that our staff, again, bases their presentation by reviewing that and giving us recommendations based on what their findings are. That measures out things like traffic, drainage, utilities, lot sizes, and if it complies with that, then they meet the regulations.
But you're ignoring everything under 50, which comprises seems to comprise a large percent of your packages.
Mr. Chairman, my recommendation at this point is that we focus on
This one and
this
ignore my
specific
question.
development. And in this case, this is a subdivision. And the way it works under Alabama law is for a subdivision approval. If they meet all the technical requirements of the subdivision regulation, the Alabama Supreme Court has said that this body has essentially no discretion but to approve it. It's very much like a building permit.
Right.
In this case, they're not proposing to rezone the property, which is where this planning commission has far more subjective type purview. And they're doing a large lot subdivision. In this case, each lot is over 3 acres. These are going to be large estate-sized lots where someone could have a small agricultural homestead on them if they wanted to, which, again, there's no real opportunity under their subdivision regulations to have any discretion but approve a development like this. And then we can hold, I believe you may be here for a different case specifically, and then we can address those comments related to that case at that time.
Thank you, Matthew.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, very, very briefly, again, this subdivision complies with the minimum lot size requirements of the zoning classification of this area.
Okay. Any other questions? Did I miss anyone else that wanted to speak on this particular case? Okay. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing then. Any questions for staff? Mary, you have anything else?
No, sir.
All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve.
Mr. Nance? All right, Mr. Nance made a motion. We approve.
Second.
Have a second? Is that Bill?
Second, yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's approved. Okay, I'm going to open public hearing for case number SV 22-5, Fieldwood Subdivision Variance Request. Anybody need to declare any prior communications on this item? Okay, Ms. Booth?
Excuse me. This subdivision is located in Loxley's planning jurisdiction. It will be a preliminary plat approval approved administratively since it is going to be heard by their planning commission. I've already received approval from their planning commission that it's approved, so I'm just waiting on revisions to approve preliminary plat on our behalf in-house. So what they're requesting is to do a one-lot subdivision and to leave the remnant parcel excluded from the subdivision. So this is just a typical variance request to do that. They do have on-site well, on-site septic, and Baldwin EMC will be the power. There's no drainage going to be involved. It's 5 acres. It is zoned RA, and there's not going to be a traffic study required, and there are no wetlands on the property. And staff does recommend, the applicant's requesting exclusion of 200 acres from subdivision plat via the variance request. This request is consistent with the provision within section 8.1.1 variance request for remnant parcels when a subdivision results in a large out parcel that is greater than 20 acres. It is located within Loxley's planning jurisdiction and they have granted approval of the same. A condition approval will be included at the end to add a note to the plat that this has been excluded as a remnant parcel via the approved variance as you grant it. So staff does recommend approval. There are no conditions otherwise.
Okay. Any questions for staff? This is fairly straightforward. This is more of a technical thing we just need to deal with. Okay, no questions. I have Mr. Tillman to speak. I'm going to assume you don't need to on this one. Okay, I have no one else signed up. Is there anyone that I missed? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Entertain motion. Mr. Davis made the motion that we approve the variance request. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Padgett, I heard him first, so I'll go with him. All right, any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, I'm going to open public hearing for our last subdivision case, which is case SV 22-6, Terrell Clark variance request.
Okay, this is a little unique.
Let me ask,
I'm
make
sorry.
sure.
I'm sorry.
That's all right, I usually forget. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay, now.
I'm sorry. This is a little unique, as in the applicant had requested a family division, and due to not having an existing 30-foot required easement, they are having to come before us for a variance request. At the time that they presented this, there was only 20-foot access to the existing parcel. Mr. Clark had went out and contacted the power company, which is EMC. They do have a recorded utility easement that is typically 10-foot. With the 20-foot that's existing access and the 10-foot that he has provided within that document, we feel that this is going to meet that 30-foot requirement. It is in Planet District 12. It is zoned RA. Currently existing one lot. They are requesting the variance to allow them to do a family division. This is the proposed lot to be created by the exemption, and it shows that where they have an existing 20-foot access, then once they get beyond that point, they will have that 30-foot deeded easement. He has included the purpose for the variance, conditions preventing the variance. He included a copy of his survey. He did a hardship narrative, and he provided the utility easement that was not included in your staff report, but is presented on your screen to show that there is a recorded utility easement. And that's the location of the parcel. On this screen, you'll see the highlighted 20-foot access in pink, and then you'll see the purported utility easement that will create the effect of an additional 10-foot of physical access in blue, and this combined will create the 30-foot ingress-egress easement for the lot created by the exemption. Additional documentation regarding utility easement was received by Planning and Zoning Office shortly before today's Planning Commission meeting. The purported 10-foot wide utility easement combined with existing 20-foot on-property access creates the effect of a 30-foot wide access, which staff believes is sufficient width to satisfy ingress-egress requirements of the family exemption process. Because a variance was submitted for consideration, staff recommends approval of the submitted variance out of an abundance of caution so that the particulars of this unique situation are memorialized into the public record. As a result, staff recommends that case number SV 22-6 for Terrell Clark be approved.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay. I have Mr. Clark signed up. Did you want to speak?
Yes, I'd like. I had a mic, but it disappeared.
Okay. Well, hang on. We get one to you.
I don't want to fall down. Podium there. And since y'all, my name is Tyrell Clark. I live at 28522 County Road 65, Loxley, Alabama. And due to the circumstances of the long process here, the part that I was going to read, I'm just not going to waste your time and my time. And this all started back in 2002, which I checked with the Planning Commission, Baldwin County Planning Commission, and was told that family to family, I could do that later on. And therefore, I bought the property with that intentions of not making a subdivision, not making a trailer thing. It was strictly to have family later on because I knew the price of land in this area was about to skyrocket back in 2002. And I appreciate y'all's time and allowing me to come here and talk.
I think you ended up being in pretty good shape. And really, I think, again, this is almost a technicality, but we're going to do what we were asked. But I think you already covered, but we're going to.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Is there anyone else that didn't sign up that wanted to speak to this? I'm going to be sure I ask that on every case. I didn't think so. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve the variance.
All right, Mr. Nancy made a motion to approve the variance request. Have a second?
Seconded.
Second.
Mr. Seibert seconded the motion. Any comments, questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now, folks, it may sound like we just rushed through those, but those were fairly straightforward cases. So those were our subdivision cases. Now we're going to move into our rezoning cases, which I'm going to read out. The next few cases are Sawyer Property, then Swift Land and Timber, and then Action Auto Wholesale, and then Herndon. So I don't know if folks out on the side can hear me well enough to know those cases are coming up. So hopefully they do. Again, I have these signed up, and hopefully you have signed up if you want to speak to these cases. All right, we're going to open the public hearing for case number CSP 22-3, Sawyer property. Ms. Lee, let me do my thing. Does anyone need to declare any prior communication on this item? All right, Ms. Lee.
Okay. The subject property is located in Planning District 25, and it is zoned B3. They're asking for a commission site plan approval for 0.60 acres of a 3-acre parcel. The portion where they're asking for the commission site plan approval is zoned commercial. And the purpose of this request is to allow for a food trailer for an outdoor eatery business. On your screen is your locator map and your site map showing the adjacent properties. To the west is residential, and to the east you have commercial and residential zonings. The reason that they're having to request this commission site plan approval is because they are within 200 feet of residential zone property. This is an image of the subject property, and these are images of the adjacent properties. The Baldwin County zoning ordinance requires a 25-foot landscape buffer on the entire length of the adjacent properties that are zoned residential. This is the proposed, the site plan that was originally submitted. On this site plan, they show the 25-foot landscape buffer, but they do not show the required plantings in that landscape buffer. And this is just the south side of the property, showing the wetlands buffer and the location of the proposed food trailer. These are pictures of the proposed food trailer. These are comments from the Highway Department and the Subdivision Department. They were included in your staff report. This is the letter from the Alabama Department of Transportation, and the letter from the Fish and Wildlife Service. Staff is currently proposing an amendment to the zoning ordinance to address food trailers, and the proposed use we feel should be required to meet those standards. I'm going to skip past these pages. They are in your staff report, and you should have already had a chance to review them. These are just some articles that I found on the internet discussing the effect of food trailers in different areas. And these are the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance that we are proposing for food trucks, and we would like that included in any approval. Our original recommendation is to deny the request due to the landscape buffer plan did not meet the zoning requirements. Since that time, we have received, and this is interesting. Earlier, I thought I saved the new site plan in here that we just received, but it's not coming up. I don't know what happened to it. They submitted an email with a site plan showing the required buffer on the north side, and they're showing plantings on the west side, which was what was at issue, but it didn't go down the entire west property line. And so they are asking, if they agree to submit a revised site plan with the required landscape buffer. They're asking that the Planning Commission would approve their application with that condition. If they are to submit the required landscape buffer, as well as agree to the food truck proposed amendments, then staff would be okay with recommending approval of their request. And I'll answer any questions you have for me.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
I had a question. I think it was a couple years ago. This is the property that we rezoned for King Neptune Restaurant? Is that the...
Yes, they are still the property owners. A few years back, as you said they wanted to build a restaurant there. Now the son is proposing to put the food trailer there.
Okay.
They can't add on to the food trailer, can they? I mean, can
I'm
they
sorry,
add-
I couldn't hear you.
They can't add on to the food trailer? I mean, like a porch or a deck? or
Well, if they
anything
wanted
like
to
that?
add on to it and expand it in any way, they'd have to come back to the planning commission.
Okay.
Does this food truck trailer, is it a permanently stationary vehicle, or is it movable by hooking up a trailer or a truck to it?
Looking at these pictures, it appears to be movable, but the applicant probably can address that for you.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
I had one more, and the applicant may answer it, but it already looks like it's piped and plumbed and open for business. So I drove by it. Is it running currently?
Not that I'm aware of, but it is very possible that it could be. I don't know.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. I have Robert Cummings signed up to speak.
So I want to make sure that the revised landscape plan that we submitted to staff did have the 25-foot landscaping along the west property line in the B3 zone. And I'm given to understand that we also have the option of creating a standalone parcel for the B3 zone. And it is also my understanding that if we did that, that we wouldn't have to put landscaping all the way to the bay. Is that correct?
Okay.
So if we create a standalone parcel as and make that a condition, are y'all okay with that?
Well, we'll address that, but anything else you've got?
No, I mean, it's more of a question that I have for y'all.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm hearing from you then, if we're fine with that, that's the intent you would go to then, is to
yeah, I mean, I'd rather
subdivide
create a parcel than put landscaping out to the bay.
Okay. Does everybody on the planning commission understand? Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions for the representative?
Is it already operating? I mean, it's piped and plumbed, so they're just ready for approval.
It's ready, but it's not open.
Okay.
Or will be ready soon, I'll put it that way.
All right. Well, this is interesting. Mr. Ewing, I have you signed up for and against. You'll have to explain that one.
So I'm all for the restaurant, I mean the little barbecue place, but the problem is they don't have no parking. We own the property to the adjoining side of them at the pizza place. That is our property. And as of right now, they have no parking whatsoever. And the road that it actually goes up beside of it is our right-of-way that we let them use to go up to their house. So the problem is, because the parking will end up being on the pizza business side, and that's our business. And we have a boat storage business there as well. So we have no room to share parking with anyone. So I'm speaking against it in that perspective. So, I mean, there's no parking whatsoever. So even if you drove up past it, the road there is 100% ours. So in the front of it, it's no parking. It's just a grass area. So there's no parking for anyone to park to even get something to go.
Ms. Lee, can you pull the site plan back up so that we're sure that we're all talking about the same location as far as his reference to parking there? Go back to the one, yeah, that one. All right, so I see he's proposing parking spaces there.
Well, they would have to actually use our right-of-way to get to that. We're not into turning our road into a commercial area. That road, our business is on the front, and they would have to be going up our driveway to access that, and we're not going to allow that.
Okay. Mr. Cummings, you will need to come back up at some point. All right, do you have anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Lee or Mr. Cummings, maybe it's best for you to address the access issue.
So obviously, the parking is on private property. It's my understanding this is an access easement. So the access will be from the easement, but the parking will be on private property.
And do you know for sure that you have the ability, your client has the ability to access that roadway legally, I guess is the question? Because he has frontage on.
They have as much road frontage as we do, so they can actually put their own drive and parking area in without even touching it. That's what we want.
Okay.
We're not into sharing driveways with another business. It just turns into property.
And I understand that. I just want to make sure there's not some agreement that we're not privy to that would, where there's shared access. And I wanted to know if Mr. Cummings was aware. I hear what you're saying, not disagreeing. I just wanted to know if we're aware of this.
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay. All right.
Question is this item on the agenda, one, until we get further clarification on the easement and the parking and the definitive site plan with the landscape buffer, is this an item worthy of tabling?
Okay, let me do this first. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak on this that didn't sign up? Okay. That would be on the table. So, Mr. Cummings, you got anything else you want to add? Okay. Ms. Lee, do you have anything else? I'm going to close the public hearing then, and we can certainly consider what Mr. Mullick has proposed. That's obviously where we're at. We have access could be an issue, but what do you guys want to do?
Is that in the form of a motion?
I'd make a motion that we table this until we get a definitive site plan that shows the entrance and the parking on their property and an updated site plan with the landscape buffers.
Okay. Mr. Mullick's made a motion then to table.
Mr. I have a question though. Under the current, provisions for food trucks, is parking required as a part of the site plan? Does he have to have parking for a food truck?
I would say yes, but in addition to that, the access to the site still has to be.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. But if parking's not currently part of, what goes into a site plan for a food truck, that's not germane to, an objection.
So let me address that real quickly. So right now, our zoning ordinance does not address food trucks. So one of the amendments that's proposed tonight is to add some language about food trucks. And I'm going to have to look back at that, but it seems like we included language that said at our discretion we could require them to actually get an engineered parking study, because generally the parking for an establishment like this is based on square footage. Well, in this case, they're essentially using the lawn as part of their square footage, so it gets a little bit more difficult to gauge the required square footage for the parking. So we'll take another look at that, but we're inserting those to make sure that's addressed.
Hey, Matthew, as you're looking at the amendments, so there's a lot of, for food truck in the restaurant industry, a trailer is technically not a food truck. They consider a food truck one that is motorized and can move on its own for most cities, municipalities to get a license. Secondly, if you do a trailer and it is permanent or semi-permanent, which this one's piped, it falls actually in the restaurant ordinance in most cities and municipalities. So as soon as he ties into a waste or a septic or a sewer, they should fall in a restaurant, not in a food truck. So a food trailer, if you go further down the road, which is the beach club, every year they bring in 5 different food trailers, and there's not permanent, and they use dedicated parking for the beach club to serve the guest. So I think really what he has here is a restaurant because it's piped and put in the ground. So I would just, as you're looking at the amendments, there's really like 3 different things here. It's not a single animal, so just something to kind of think through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to table this. I haven't got a second yet.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
All right, Bill seconds the motion. All right, so before we vote, any questions or comments?
Doesn't the applicant have to table? We would deny it. I'm just asking for clarification.
we can table for more information or to clarify something, and so I think what we're doing is we need more information on the, how are you gonna get to the place, and then, so the commission has the ability to table.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments on the motion? All in favor of the tabling this item then?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the item's tabled to, all right. At this time, we're going to open a public hearing for case number Z22-5. This is the Swift Land and Timber LLC property. Does anybody need to clear any prior communication on this item? Ms. Lee?
So this property is in Planning District 22, and it is currently zoned B4 Major Commercial District. The proposed zoning is RSF4 Single Family District. The applicant would like to develop a 93-lot residential neighborhood with 60-foot wide lots. The property is located on the north side of US Highway 98 and the east side of County Road 91. The proposed rezoning is for 29.4 acres of a 31-acre parcel. And as you can see on the map to the right, there's a small piece that fronts US 98 that is not included in the rezoning request. This is a map showing the 29.4 acres that they are requesting to rezone. These are your locator maps and your site maps showing the subject property and the adjoining zoning designations. This is a picture of the subject property, picture of the adjoining property to the west, the adjoining property to the east, and the property across the street. These are just the zoning requirements for B4 zoning designation. We went and found some pictures of uses that would be allowed in a B4 zoning designation. As you can see, big box stores, Walmarts, Home Depots, those types of commercial uses would be allowed in a major commercial zoning district, as well as fast food restaurants, hotels, RV parks. All of those could be developed on the property as it is currently zoned. This is the proposed zoning requirements for an RSF 4 for single family district. This is just a conceptual site plan. This is what they want to do in the future, but they would have to come back to the Planning Commission to approve any subdivision, and it would have to go through that review, subdivision review. Planning District 22 zoning map was adopted in November 2002. At that time, the property was zoned RA, Rural Agricultural District. In 2005, the property owner requested a zoning change to M1 for a building supply facility. The Planning Commission ultimately recommended approval of a B4 zoning designation, which was approved by the County Commission in October 2005. There have been approximately 4 rezonings in this area of State Highway 98 since 2005, and this map shows you those rezonings. As you can see to the west, our property was rezoned from B3 to B4 in February of 2018. To the east, a property was rezoned from RA to B4 in 2009. Farther down the road, there's a rezoning from a B2 to a B3. And right there at the corner of 91 and 98, that property was rezoned from B2 to B3 in 2005. In 2014, the zoning designation changed to RA. However, staff was unable to locate an actual rezoning application, so I'm not sure how it got changed. The master plan provides a future land use designation of commercial. Approval of the rezoning will result in an amendment of the future land use map to residential. I'm going to skip through these questions. They were just in your staff report. Staff has received, these are a few of the emails that we received originally, and since the staff report was prepared, we have received numerous emails, phone calls in opposition to this request. At my last count today, it was somewhere between 70 and 80. On your screen are comments from the Highway Department and the Subdivision Department. Staff sent a request to the school board. We did not receive a response for, any comments back from them. The subject property is currently zoned B4 Major Commercial District and is currently undeveloped. The adjoining properties are zoned agricultural, commercial, and residential. Staff does feel that the proposed zoning designation is a much less intense zoning designation than the current zoning designation. Yes, RSF 4 is a pretty intense single-family zoning. When you compare it to the major commercial zoning, it is, less intense than that. So therefore, staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request, and I'll answer any questions you have for me.
All right. Any planning commission members have any questions for staff?
Ma'am.
Wait a minute.
It's them.
Any questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee. All right, at this time, I'm going to call Mr. Deal.
And can I note real quick that legal counsel is recusing from this
I'm
part
sorry.
of the, legal counsel is recusing from this part of the agenda.
Okay.
Yes, I said that legal counsel was recusing for this agenda item.
I'll just explain real quickly that legal counsel for the county covers a myriad of issues, and Ms. Fleming informed this planning commission prior to this case that she is conflicted on this item. We have versed ourselves in any legal things that we need to as staff to advise the planning commission on this. This is very common and routine because of the size of the county and the number of things we end up touching on that. So she's just making it part of the record for these minutes.
Okay. Mr. Deal?
David Deal with SE Civil. I just want to cover a few things real quick. As Ms. Linda pointed out, the property is zoned B4, which is the most intense commercial zoning that the county has. In the zoning ordinance, it says that intent of this district to provide area business which, because of their intensity, outside storage areas or large volumes of traffic would have significant negative impacts on adjoining properties. So that's what's zoned now, and this is what we're proposing. I also wanted the commission to kind of get some of the aerials that are online are not necessarily up to date, so we took some aerial photos. This is across the street, RV park. This is in our southwest of us. You see the Perdita Bay Water Tower. Appears to be a sand gravel yard, and I'm assuming that's a recycle area. Another view of that, and you can see our site up there. And then to our north line, there's a residence with a pool that is fairly close to the property. I would point out that under the current B4 zoning, a 25-foot buffer would be required. If you see fit to vote for our RSF4, there is no required buffer. However, we are providing a 20-foot common area along that north line. There's another view of the residence in the pool. And one thing I would like to point out, on that property to the north, I just found out that the zoning map hadn't been updated, but that RSF4 that you see up there RSF1 that you see just north of us was due to his attempt to build that pool, and under his current zoning, he was going to be too close to the property line, so they zoned it RSF1 so that he could get closer to the property line. So that's actually the zoning of that small parcel there. And then, of course, this is what it would look like if you were to grant us our rezoning request. And I'm happy to answer any question.
Okay.
Well, I would add, before I finish, that, you know, we've already engaged a traffic engineer to do a traffic study. Obviously, the county has strict requirements. ALDOT has even stricter requirements. So whatever the TIS comes up with, warranted improvements, of course, will be required to do. Already contacted utility companies about their willingness and ability to serve. So the only other thing is drainage, which we do have a conceptual drainage. We haven't ran the numbers, but we feel like our pond is more than adequate to handle the additional runoff.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant's representative?
Mr. Deal, is there sewer available on this, for this parcel?
Yes, Baldwin County Sewer has a large sewer line on US 98.
All right, and since you're representing the applicant, has there been any conversation with the school board regarding impacts to the Alberta feeder pattern?
There has not.
I think Ms. Lee said they did send something, just didn't get anything back.
Oh, I know, that was staff, though. I thought
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that the developer had some responsibility also.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Given that the RSF4 zoning that you're asking for would put in those 93 homes, which are on very small lots, as opposed to some of the other photographs that we have of other properties right in that general area, is this going to create, over a long period of time, that type of zoning, since there's so much vacant land? And I guess the question really would be, if that is the case, have you all considered perhaps making a few smaller lots, or a few larger lots in there to make this buffer a little more than just 60-foot lots as far as the eye can see?
Sure. I think what you're referring to is the fact that when this gets zoned, then someone next door will ask for the same thing. Yeah. Well, as you know, you guys are in control of that. It's a case-by-case basis, so not necessarily would it mean that that would be granted. As far as the lot sizes, just based on what is selling and what the market calls for, the 60-foot house and the product that they're looking at is what they feel the market will bear.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Deal. I'm going to make sure this is no opposition, but I have Jerry McManus and Jenny Williams. Do either one of you want to speak? Okay. All right. Folks, I just counted up, I have over 30 folks signed up in opposition. I say that because I want the Planning Commission members, they don't have this in their hands, so we have quite a few signed up in opposition. Again, I would ask that particularly if you are with a group, if somebody could speak for the group as a whole, that would be helpful. Otherwise, just because we'll be here forever, I'm going to try to keep everybody to 3 minutes. So please tell us what your concerns are. And please, if somebody else has already mentioned your concern, you don't have to come to the mic and repeat it. Just stand up and tell us, my comments have already been spoken to, and but we want to hear what your concerns are. So I'm going to call, or better yet, let's just go ahead and we'll go into our public hearing, and then if we need to speak, you can come up to the mic. So I'll start off this way. If if you would, if you're here to represent a group, I'm gonna let you come on up. If you will just move over and give us your name and address, instead of me calling every name on here, and tell me who you are, and I'll pull your name out. But keep in mind, if I have too many repeats of what I've already been hearing, I'm going to stop the public hearing on that part. We're not going to be here listening to same comments. But we want to hear the concerns, though, please. So whoever's first, come on up to the mic, give us your name and address. No, I will. If you want to speak, I want you to go ahead and go to the mic if you've signed up.
My name is Paul Kohler. My address is 12094 County Road 91. That's less than a mile from this proposed development. I represent probably a half a dozen of my close neighbors here. Some of them may have something to add. I have 3 points that I'd like to make after having thought about this. The first is the density. In this area, it's mostly rural agricultural. If you look in any direction except straight east, if you have any residences, they are almost always RA2 or RA3, which means that to build there, you have to have 2 acres in the case of RA2 or 3 acres in the case of RA3. Now, if this proposed development was being built under the RA3 regulations, it would require almost 300 acres instead of this postage stamp size piece of property that they want to build all these houses on. So that's my first point. Second point, and I'll go through this quickly, is that Lillian is unincorporated. We don't have a police force. This extra people will be more crime. We don't have any police force, and certainly the Baldwin County Sheriff's Department is not able to patrol that area. We know that. Another point about that is unincorporated, we don't have any schools. So this has been mentioned already. Somebody needs to find out if the schools in Alberta can handle an influx like this. Third point is about traffic. Now, this subdivision is already being built on the south side, has 36 homes that have no ingress or egress except one uncontrolled road going directly into Highway 98. And the ingress, egress in the proposed subdivision, 93 homes, there's 36 on the other side, it would be 93 on this side, it also would come out right there in the same place, would have no controlled ingress or egress. If a stoplight was there, it would be at 91, which is about maybe a quarter of a mile up the road. But that's not where these are. One other major problem. This is right where their roads would egress, and where one does and where the other's proposed to go is right over the brow of a hill. And you cannot see people waiting to turn there or to come out. And people go through there at least 55 miles an hour and many more than that. So that's my objections to this.
Okay.
Please vote against it.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is David Williams. I live at 32246 Bartell Street. For some reason, my property connects to this, but it was omitted from the slide. So, but anyhow, we definitely are opposed to this. Just as he said, I concur with the traffic conditions. There are numerous other issues with our traffic conditions to address our school system. Our current school system is already overcrowded. They have 391 students enrolled with a 19-to-1 student ratio, with a state average of 17-to-1. With this addition of this new subdivision, with approximately 80 high school students, would increase that to 22-to-1, which is the highest state in the state. Or as he spoke about our infrastructure as far as the emergency services, currently our volunteer fire department runs over 1,000 calls per year, which is the highest volunteer fire department in Baldwin County. All right, you can combine 3 other departments and not come up with that number. I spoke with the fire chief. They are not manned to do this. We all expect a service for us and our property, and by the addition to this, it would not be compatible with us receiving that service. Compatibility. Talk about zoning this to RS4 and doing with this what is considered by ordinance, moderate density housing, which is really high density housing. But if, just like he said, had this been RSFE, that's compatible with the area, in this area, 1 square mile from this intersection, there are 236 parcels of land. Approximately 22 of them are less than 1 acre. That's less than 10%. With the addition of this subdivision and the subdivision being built across the street, that would change to over 50% of the parcels being less than 1 acre. That drastically changes the demographics of our area. There are numerous properties being sold on County Road 91 and 93 as agricultural land being sold for single-family dwellings. The majority of those are 2 acre, 3 acre, and 5 acre parcels, which are more compatible with this area. I did bring some aerial photos so you can see this wooded area is where it's proposed is. There's that house, there's my property line. Also across here, you can see all the open area with houses splattered about. Once again, this is totally not conducive or compatible with our environment. That's the current subdivision that's being built directly across the street from this. 76 homes. Now you put 93 homes there. So now you got 169 homes, which are going to add about 300 vehicles to this intersection of County Road 91 and 98. It cannot support it. Road study, when questioned, one of our officials about the road study for Highway 98, we've done one, but there has not been enough fatalities there yet. Come on. We don't wait for people to die to change things. All right? I did 26 years in the United States Submarine Service. I commanded 3 nuclear-powered billion-dollar submarines. All right? It's about leadership, it's about planning, it's about growth, it's about development. All right? We lead. We make changes to be compatible with our area. We don't put the cart before the horse, because then we end up with a disastrous situation.
All right, I got to be the bad guy. No, wait, be the bad guy. We'll be here all night if you applaud everyone. If you do it again, I'm sorry.
Mr. Pumphrey?
The rest of our lives to deal with this.
Folks, listen, we're here to listen to you, but not, we just can't have the applauding and all. I'm trying to control it so we can hear your comments. But if it gets out of hand, then we won't hear the comments. So if you want me to hear them, and the rest of the Planning Commission, we're going to have control in the meeting. Simple as that. You're willing, I'm going to give everybody opportunity to speak, but cannot get out of control. So that's my last warning. If it happens again, then I'm going to clear the room and we'll move to the next case.
Mr. Pumphrey, when I conclude, I'll try to make this very simple.
You're going to have to conclude now because you've already gone over your 3 minutes. So please.
They're willing to relinquish their time to me.
Right,
okay? I'm not an economic expert. However, I am able to follow the trends. All right? Right now, we have high inflation. The Fed's just raised our interest rates again. All right? Mortgage interest rates are approximately 6% right now. All right? Last time they were 6% was in May of 2008. And I think every single one of us in this room know what happened in 2008. All right? By interest rates going up to 6%, it's predicted that 11 to 15% of potential home buyers will be eliminated from the market. All right? With our current inflation of 8.5%, it's predicted that we're going to lose 12 to 17% of our home buyers. So there we've knocked out almost 25% of our potential home buyers right out of here. These aren't homes for, first timers pretty much, because we don't have the economic system or the workforce to support that many jobs in this area. This is something that I hope every one of you, please, I'll ask you first. Have any of y'all personally visited this site? I would ask for you, please, before you make a decision, to visit this site. Look at it. See if this is the compatibility that you addressed tonight. Is this the compatibility with us? And Mr. Pumphrey, like I said, I'm going to try to make it very easy for you, so nobody will apply or anything like that. If you're opposed to this, please stand up. If you're already standing up, raise your hand. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, sir, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next.
Who wants to follow up that? Anyway, my name's John Ruth.
John, sorry, what was your last name?
John Ruth, R-U-T-H. Address is 102299 Littleton Loop. I just wanted to add, since you covered so much, basically the concern of safety at this intersection really needs to be looked at. There is a rising hill coming to it. Currently, we have blockage already. As soon as you leave and cross the Lillian Bridge, that wasn't mentioned, but right now we have stop and go traffic already going east. And we do not need that going west and north and south. And I'm not going to go over because he ran over everything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Kent Wilson, 13294 County Road 91. I am on the northern boundary of this peanut subdivision that's about to go in. This is my house. It is 110 yards from my front door to County Road 91. Now, if I understand correctly, is this supposed to be somehow to blend in with the rest of the community, these small lots? Because that doesn't seem like it's going to do it. By the way, I should have said this before I even got up here, or when I got up here. Thanks so much for all of you that supported this. That flag that sits right there is called the Gadsden Flag. It has a rattlesnake on it, and it's got 13 rattles on that tail of the snake. And that represented the 13 colonies that, if they were divided, they would not survive. But because they all came together, like all of you are, we survive and we fight tyranny. I don't have a whole lot more to say, but I'll tell you one thing. I bet none of you live in an area where you're about to be inundated with these little tiny properties that are going to border you. I'm right on the line. I hope the snake rattles. I think I have maybe 30 seconds. Right after Reconstruction, Civil War days, you know what happened? This is what happened in those days. Carpetbaggers came from the north and they exploited Southerners that were not in very good shape. They were only able to do that because of people in the South that remained loyal to the North. They were called scallywags. D.R. Horton is the carpetbagger in this situation. And the scallywags, you'll have to figure that out yourself. By the way, this is what you've given to us so far. Maybe all of y'all can see that. This is the trailer park that we view from the front door of our house now. Y'all gave us, and the county commissioners gave us. Should we give them a round of applause for the boneyard and the trailer park that we have now, and the trailers that they sell out front that they have no permission to sell? Just thought I'd add that in. I'm done.
All right, next.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bill Moore. I live at 13700 County Road 91, approximately a half mile further to the north of the proposed subdivision. David has done a wonderful job of laying out the predominant arguments opposed to this. Even the most casual observation of their proposed subdivision demonstrates that it is utterly incompatible with the existing neighborhood. The traffic situation that David and others have already described is that on Highway 98, which is indeed a recognized disaster. What this subdivision also proposes is two entrances over on County Road 91. Over the last 2 years, County Road 91, where I live, has become one of the preferred routes for the garbage disposal trucks headed for the CC CC Road landfill to go through. They go through, I followed one today on the way up here. I got up to 65 and I couldn't catch him. They're running that road at 70 miles an hour, dropping debris. Nobody from the county seems to care about this. And adding 2 more subdivision roads where we've got 96 families coming out so they can go back way to come up to 32 and get to the Beach Express if they're headed to the west instead of otherwise, is a disaster in the making. It is a different and equally devastating potential traffic problem. I think everybody here knows, but to make sure that the record reflects it, the Cracker Box subdivision that folks have already alluded to across 98 is another Horton subdivision. So when we talk about these 96 or so new lots that they're proposing, it's really, we're talking about 170 very small lot moved from predominantly 3-acre properties to 1/3 of an acre. So we used to have 3 acres for a house, and now we'll have 10 houses on that same property. The density is incredibly incompatible with what we have. The folks from the Planning Commission pointed out that the intensity potential for a B4 allows for large commercial activities. I suggest to you that all of my neighbors and I will be much happier if we get a Walmart up there instead of another 100 people dumping into the traffic. We strongly encourage and ask you to please, one other thing, this is our only chance. Mr. Cherry pointed out that once you get to subdivision approval, we won't be able to talk about the quality of life. We'll be talking about compliance with engineering specifications, with other numbers game issues. This is it for us to remind you that our quality of life that we came here for is on the brink of destruction by this. Thank you.
Okay.
My name's Teresa Kohler. My husband was the first one who spoke. I won't reiterate everything that's already been said, except as a mom and grandmother, the traffic and the crime is what really bothers me. Yes, our way of life would be totally destroyed. The reasons why we moved there to a nice, peaceful community that was a desirable place to live and raise your kids, that would be destroyed. But what about the crime? You increase the population by that much, there will be crime. We don't even have a police department. We have no school. We're unincorporated. We just can't handle it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Matt Brazier. I live at 32246B Bartle, which the picture of my home was referred to as the house with the pool. But that's a Brazier residence. It amuses me that all the options that we could have chosen to put on this board to view, this is it. We had pictures of the residents' homes that we could have put up here. We had pictures of, you know, what the opposition could have been if this neighborhood, but the only arguable fact that they've got to go against us is this, the density. The density of 96 homes going in there, the amount of people and the amount of traffic. I know that's been touched on pretty dramatically, but the density of a single business going in, even a Walmart, or even it could be put off of the property such a distance that it wouldn't just directly harm the effects of my family and our home. I've got 3 kids and a wife. I work a lot. I'm gone a lot. I would have to completely alter what I do for a living to be able to be home with the uncomfort that I'd have with that amount of people in my immediate backyard. I travel for work. I work all over the United States. I've got tremendous neighbors. Each of these gentlemen and women that spoke are direct neighbors of mine. I don't have to worry about anything. I know them. I know they've got my best interest in my family, safety. And it hurts to think that changing your complete way of life for a decision that can be made that I have nothing to do, be a part of, is it just seems completely unconstitutional. You know, that a decision could be made by somebody that's not directly affected by it. And, you know, I hope that, and I pray that, you know, a mindly decision and a heartfelt decision is made and not necessarily derived around monetary or personal wants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. My name is Joshua Heisler. I live at 32210 Bartell Street, just north of Mr. Williams and Mr. Brasher here. I'm one of their neighbors, and I'm very closely connected to this area. I also want to appreciate or send my appreciation to the staff for doing their research on this. But we want you to see the personal face of this. This will change how our neighborhood is laid out. There's no need for me to echo everything everyone else has said, so what I'll tell you is, like you, I am a volunteer citizen. I serve on the board of the Lillian Fire Department. What Mr. Williams said about our capacities to handle an additional 93 homes is correct. We're currently in the process of trying to purchase a new fire engine. We're looking at least 2 years just to add one fire engine at a cost of over $500,000, and the ad valorem taxes aren't paying for that. We're having to do fundraisers through the local newspaper to try and get our citizens to add extra money. We send out letters asking for donations to our organization to provide safety to this area. We can't support 93 more houses in this area. I'm telling you that as a member of the board and what I know from what we're doing. Everything else that's been said has already been mentioned. The one thing that hasn't been brought up is the intersection of 98 and 91 is not a perfect intersection. 91 going north of Interstate or Highway 98, I apologize, is offset slightly from 91 going south, so you don't even get a clear shot across. You've got a blinking light there, and it is waiting for an accident. The stop sign was run over like a week ago, and just from somebody not see it, I don't know. It was just damaged. Okay, it's not a good intersection. This is not a good location to be putting 93 homes in an area where the average house has a couple acres. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. I really do appreciate you guys being willing to listen to us today.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? I'm Louis Pope. I'm from 32369 US Highway 98. I'm actually the house right across the street from the subdivision. I got like 4 or 5 other families. We've been there over, I know I'm 50 years old, so I've been there a long time, and my neighbors and all that, they've been there about 80 years, and now everything is flooded out. I think on the news, I made a report about the news because they're building this and all the water coming in our land. The picture that they showed up here, it's not by the subdivision. We are the subdivision, right across the street. And my mom and dad, they're kind of like old, so they really don't know what's going on. But this right here is jeopardizing a lot in the neighborhood that we grew up in. And like I said, I'm 50 years old, man. I don't even got to lock my door. Crime rate there is 0 because all us family. We're not going to do anything to our family. So, like you said, you need to come down there and walk and see. There's no proper drainage there. We are catching that ass in on everything. And I got on the news and we finally got the grass cut down there. And he's talking about he got a good sewage line. I can't tell. I can't tell. You come down there on 98 across the street, all these pretty pictures of these houses, that ain't by the subdivision, man. There's property right there, and they building up, and they're flooding everything on 98. Pope Lane, Robertson Lane, all that kitchen hill behind all this water and stuff that's coming down. So on behalf of Lillian, the black community, and it's not a racist thing, we got a voice too. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brenda Coughlin. I live at 32293 Bartell Street. Is it possible for the staff to put the other slide up besides this one, the one that shows the plat area layout? No, not that one. Sorry. I don't want to look at that.
Just want like an aerial?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. If I can figure it out. Okay. here on Bartell Street, and this is the intersection that's deadly. The only reason this is B4 is it's a farm. You see the farmhouse? This is farmland. And now the farmhouse is gonna stay, and something has to be done with this farmland. It is not compatible to put 90-some homes in there. It's not gonna work. So you've got the little Redneck Riviera RV park that we've got here. It would be more compatible to have this RA, RR, or even downgrade to a B3 and get some commercial in there. Right now, I go to the grocery store at Greer's or Alberta Grocery or Publix at Perdido, or I have to drive all the way to Pensacola to go to the commissary. That's our infrastructure there. They've already talked to you about the Lillian Fire. Thank God I have a pond. I hope they can draft water from it, because I'll be ringing my bell to get my neighbors to come, and they will all come. So I really appreciate that you are all experts in what you do, and you can take a better look at this, and you can see that 95 homes won't work there. It's already going to be a disaster in the making, the homes that you allowed to be built south of this section on 98. People are going to die at that intersection. It's inevitable. Right now, it's really scary. I don't use that intersection. And I live on that end of Bartell. So I drive all the way down Bartell and I go out 93, where I only have to look at opposing traffic in 2 directions. So I thank you for your time. I'd really like for you to come out and see the site. I absolutely am adamant that those 95 homes should not go in there. D.R. Horton can't build enough fast enough to outpace the lawsuits that chase them. Thank you.
Am I able to pass out a graphic to y'all just to speak to? There's 10 of them. I'll use this graphic, but basically what I'd like to do, my name is Matt Coughlin, 32293 Bartell, and my wife was just up here speaking. Here's what she didn't tell you, a little bit more about that traffic. Our son got schwacked at that intersection, and 6 months later, they finally rebuilt his collarbone and shoulder. That is a dangerous intersection. I'm telling you from firsthand knowledge. So let's take a walk around this little neighborhood we got. I'll start even to the west, and you see it on your graphic that I gave you. There's now a new RV and boat parking location right here, right? And everything I talk to is going to be within 1,000 feet of that intersection. You got the trailer park. I showed you 5 pictures I took this morning at 6:30 a.m. That place is an unmitigated disaster. They don't live up to any landscape buffers. They got stuff parked in their retention pond or detention pond, I believe it is. They're selling stuff out front. You cannot even see the sign for the trailer park because they have an RV in front of it with a big for sale sign. It's a joke. It's a disaster. Go up 91 as you go towards the development we're speaking of. They're going to be adding 2 more exits. So in the last 2 years, you're going to get 3 within 1,000 feet of the 98-91 intersection. Just on that road alone, you're going to get 3 more 3-way intersections. All right? Then you get to the property. Let's look at the property. See that nice, gorgeous wooded land? 12 acres. If you measure it out, it's 12 acres of hardwoods, whatnot. Every one of those trees is pretty much going away. The row of homes, can I get the site plan, the concept? It's one other slide here.
I'm just noting for the Planning Commission that this is just a concept. There has not been a formal submittal.
Concept as it may be. So the last row, there's 17 homes on it with the detention pond in the back. If you look at the topography, that row of homes is at the lowest point of that property. So, yes, there's avenues for water to get to that detention pond behind their homes, but you get a flooding event, you're going to have canals going between every one of those homes.
Just stop you there, not to be rude. That's another down the road. I hear what you're saying, but we wouldn't be looking at that tonight.
So we're going to remove 12 acres of forested land. Okay, if we can go back. Okay, what this site plan doesn't show you, you see it right here, this little black, that's the development that people spoke about across the street, right? Now you have a four-way intersection within 1,000 feet of the 9198 intersection. AlDOT will laugh at you all. And why would we waste their time? Because they're going to have to do left turns, right turns. They're going to have to modify 98. Is that fair to say? Given the numbers.
And once again, if we even get to that point, they will have to address AlDOT. We won't be able to do anything without their response. So that would be another thing if we even get there.
Right. So we got a development. So that's another four-way intersection within 1,000 feet of the 91-98 intersection. So that being said, that's basically all I have. I'll add just a couple other things. We talked about fire. What's the ISO rating for that area? Anyone know? Do you know what ISO is?
Do.
Okay. What do we know?
But I don't know what their rating is. So if somebody was with the fire department, they might be able to tell.
So we're going to add close to 200 homes around there when we're said and done. What's that going to do to the ISO rating? When we just had a volunteer firefighter just said, we can't supply service to that area potentially, given our resources. Well, how does that affect everyone in this room, the property owners? That ISO rating goes into your home insurance values, correct? So you're going to be paying it out of your pockets, right? All for D.R. Horton. D.R. Horton, how many lawsuits do they have against them in the county today? I don't need an answer, but let's see. Also, is there a decision or a pending decision against them to stop building in the county of Baldwin? I don't know. Somebody can tell me. That's what we're dealing with. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and love to show you the area. Come on out and give you a couple beers and we'll hang out.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Bartle. I live at 32813 Bartell Street. It's totally coincidence. I'm not the most eloquent person, so I'm going to try my best. A lot of the points that were already made, I totally 100% agree with. My husband's family has lived in this area for 4 or 5 generations. We have farmland up and down 91, 93. The Cassabombs also are there. They're at the corner across from the potential development. And as said before, we do have flooding problems. I live on the east side of Bartell Street, and it also affects me. It's not just 91, 98. It comes from the north and heads down northwest. It goes through my yard, plugs up all of our ditches and drains, and then feeds out into that gentleman's neighborhood area. We have...
Can I stop you again? I know it's difficult because everybody doesn't understand what we're doing, but even drainage is something that we're not dealing with tonight. I understand, we do understand what this means to drainage, but it's not, we won't get into that element of it. We'll just take it into consideration.
Right.
But so you don't need to go into the details about where it floods, and it's just not part of, we hear what you're saying though, it's a concern. We got that.
Emergency medical part of that, is that taken into consideration?
Yes, it is, yes.
Okay, my husband works for the Gulf Shores Fire Department, has been for over 15 years. The properties that are surrounding there, personally, I have called the police on some people that have illegally come onto my property, and it has taken the state troopers to get there 45 minutes. Our call time is not okay. We don't have a police department in Lillian. As far as the volunteer fire department goes, they do the best they can with what they've got, but there was just a house fire half a mile up the road from this on Sunset Drive Street, I can't remember what it is, and there were 6 fire trucks there, 2 from Escambia County. So they're having to come over and run our calls because we don't have the infrastructure to handle that. So to build this many houses is going to take away from everyone. It's going to be detrimental to our community. And not only that, there is no medic unit east of 98. 98, or not 98, 59, sorry, 59. There is no medic unit. There's no station, there's nothing. If we need an emergency where we're relying on an ambulance, we're waiting another 45 minutes and hope to God you're not dying or else it's over. I mean, that's what we're having to deal with. And then putting in 100 plus people is not gonna help our circumstances. And then coming from a mother of students at Alberta Elementary, the traffic just getting to school, I can't tell you how many accidents I've seen just this month because we have no turning lane that will suffice the amount of people that are coming into the carpool lane. It's only a 2-lane road, and the school's main entrance comes right out onto the highway where people are trying to get in and out, teachers are trying to get in and out, people are trying to turn. So adding these houses is going to add more students and cause more traffic damage in the future. And so for those things, I just hope you take those into consideration. And I commend everyone who has come out from the community to come and support this. And I'm extremely blown away by the amount of people who have come to be against this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Honorable Commission, I'm Elias Kraling from 9401 County Road 95 in Alberta. My family has been there for over 100 years. Just like Ms. Bartle said, some of her family and a lot of other families down in Lillian, my neighbors, have been there for over 100 years. And they've seen over the years what's happened in Baldwin County. I was on the Board of Adjustment up in your places for 15 years. I've seen all the things going on in Baldwin County. We did a lot of help with things. We prevented a lot of things from happening. But these people, my neighbors, I know what they're concerned about. And we're concerned about it too because we just live down the road from them. And we're concerned about our properties and our pristine properties and our pristine farmland. I farmed most of my life, spread lime and fertilizer from Gulf Shores to Interstate 10, from Lillian to Point Clear. I know all about Baldwin County. I've seen all the disrespect of some of these housing projects have had for our county, and it's going to keep on unless you are representatives, and we appreciate what you are doing. And I want you all to take in consideration for all these people here today. And I want you to benefit what they have been talking about. And so I'm not going to take up any more time, but please look at the situation and help us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to respectfully ask one more time, please, if you have comments that are different from others, we want to hear those, but otherwise, no repeats, please.
Hi, I'm Laura Peterson. I live at 2830 Avenida Alberto in Lillian. A couple points. I just moved here in December. If I wanted to be in a place where people were living on top of each other, I would have stayed in the suburbs of Chicago. I don't think people want to be living in a place where we're worrying about the traffic, the emergency services, the police, the overcrowding schools. I know that was already mentioned. We're talking about traffic, and the subdivision across from this proposed subdivision has not even been filled up and lived in. So we don't even know what the traffic will be like once that's filled. Also, I thought it was very important to note, has anyone on the board been to the area we're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, everyone has. Yes? No?
Mr. Chairman, let me just chime in. It is actually, the board is supposed to hear your input, and y'all are doing a great job of that. There are actually rules and laws and restrictions that actually prohibit them from doing their own investigatory research on these cases. And that's why you're here, and you're doing a great job of that. But they're citizens to hear you they're not supposed to be going on their rogue investigations the way this process
Well,
works.
it's hard to rule if you don't know what you're ruling on.
Sure.
That's my point. No, I just lost my train of thought. So anyway, I guess the last thing is, these houses are going up so quick. We need to look at the quality of these buildings that are going to be in our county.
That's another issue. I'm
Okay.
not to cut you off, but that's
Okay.
beyond this. That's a
I just
separate
wanted
thing.
to bring that up.
I understand.
Thank you.
I'm next up.
Okay,
I'm not standing because I have trouble standing.
that's fine.
Okay, I'm Judith Bramlage. I live at 34122 Medlin Lane over in Lillian. My concerns are with the density and what that does to the community as a whole. Yes, I've heard that repeated, but I want to bring it up in the sense of a plan for it. What is your plan? What is your plan for these as they come at you one at a time? Do you arbitrarily choose 3 or 4 of them that say yes? Or do you say no on all of them or yes on all of them? What is going on?
Man, what's going on is what we're doing right now. Believe it or not, for all of you folks, we turn down subdivisions every month. We don't approve everything that comes in, but there are criteria that we have to abide by. We're going through a process. Most of you probably be surprised where some of us stand on this issue already. We have done our due diligence, but we're doing it now to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
So we just need to go through this process, and it'll help us in making a final decision. And it's not final, by the way. I hope everybody here understands that what we decide tonight is not final. It goes to the county commission who makes the final decision. So we're going to be making a recommendation once we get through this public hearing. So anything else?
Are you saying that the commission can override your
Yes, ma'am.
recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. It's a separate, it'll be a separate public hearing in Bay Minette. I guess it could be that, but it'll be at their meeting, and they'll have a separate public hearing there and make a final decision.
Thank you, then you've answered my question.
I'm sorry?
You've answered my question.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Tom Schmitz. I live at 9609 Soldier Creek, somewhat south of this zoning area, or area of our zone district. I moved here to Lillian area 37 years ago. I had lived in a lot of different types of areas. The one thing that I was absolutely appalled of was that there was no zoning to speak of 37 years ago in Baldwin County. And we worked very, very hard and for a very long time to get this area zoned. And the zoning that we chose for this area is not compatible with what is going on today, or has already happened and is proposed. I agree with everything that people have talked about before, the traffic and the fire department and all that, but I think that's another issue. I think the issue at hand is this is the zoning that people in this part of the county wanted, and we really don't want someone else to change what we asked for in zoning and got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Gary Wolf. I live at 13450 County Road 91, and recently I just moved from Cypress Bay West in Lillian, and I just want to make a comment about the volunteer fire department. They are great, and they have full-time jobs. They do it volunteer. And recently we had a fire in Cypress Bay before I left in a vacant lot, and it had it been here, the way the wind blows out here, you'd have had a catastrophe. Just can't handle it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Beth Love.
live in Perdita Beach, own property 2 miles from this intersection, own 98, and we have the antique store that's right on the corner of 98 and 91. I am here to tell you that I have lost count of how many times I have called 911, have seen accidents, not to mention the time that it takes for an ambulance to get there, or a sheriff. Sometimes you get lucky, there's one in the area. A lot of times there's not. A lot of times fire department takes a minute to get there as well. A lot of times our Perdita Beach Fire Department's coming. I also have children in the school and grandchildren in the school. I've been here for 30 years. My first 2 kids out of that school when it just had the little middle school. It's all busting at the seams now. Used to take me 25 minutes round trip to go there and back. It takes an hour now. And then on a personal level, this is not the kind of thing that we want to see in our community. This is not what our community wants to look like. We don't want investor houses with a bunch of renters in there. We don't want that much density. It's much better left being commercial property. That we do need. We need restaurants. We need haircutting places. We need nail places. We need supermarkets. We need a lot of things. We don't need a bunch of houses that are going to deteriorate and look awful. And I agree with absolutely everything everybody else has said.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Havner. I've lived on County Road 91, 12022, specifically for almost 50 years. And I think you can see there's massive resistance to the D.H. Horton plan, which is, of course, already underway on the south side of 98 with approximately 50 or more homes. Massive resistance. And if I understand you all correctly, once the zoning changes are approved, there's no stopping this. They're going to check their checklist, and you'll make sure they check their checklist. But we are stuck as a community that is pretty tightly knit. We're stuck as a community with what I believe to be a devouring monster called D.H. Horton, a $billion company, the biggest home builder in the country, and in my sense of things is realtors and promoters have discovered southeast Baldwin County, and it's us, and they're cracking it open and using bureaucratic methods, working with the bureaucracy to try to push forward their developmental real estate sales plans. I'm all for certain kinds of business, but I believe that you all are poised in a unique position. There is massive resistance to this with a lot of good reasons. And if you stop this right now by disapproving this request for change, there's still going to be over 50 D.H. Horton, D.R. Horton homes in Lillian. But you can do something tremendous by affirming not just property mechanisms, financial mechanisms, etc., making money, but affirming the will of, I believe, hundreds of people. When my wife moved to Lillian, as a teenager, there were less than 300 people in Lillian. And now we're looking at the D.H. Horton project putting over 300 people, if we were looking at maybe 3 people per home, less than 1,000 feet from the intersection there. I believe you're poised to do something tremendously helpful, not in terms of money and property and bureaucratic regulations, but in terms of the will of the people. Is there any way that the people can override this other than expressing their views? Probably only by lawsuits. So our appeal Stop this, gentlemen. Stop it in its tracks. Watch what happens south of 98. And perhaps if they get a really good track record of what they do, they can win the affirmation of the community and of the board. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you. I hope we're getting to the end. One more? You have something different?
I hope so.
I hope so.
I'm going to try, and it's going to be short.
What's your name?
Tracy Gambill.
Okay.
32054 Bartell Street. Right there near this property that is the subject of this particular part of the meeting. There are several things that have been said, and I agree with, I don't know, pretty much 100% of them. But I also have a problem with being ill-informed or finding it very, very difficult to become informed as a person that is 5 houses away from this subdivision, a proposal, rezoning proposal, excuse me. And I had to find this out from a neighbor who did get the certified letter because his property was touching the proposed change. And I don't know what can be done, but I'm here to say I will volunteer my time and my efforts to anyone who wants it, and I would love to get this situation a lot more transparent, which is one of the buzzwords of the day in the whole country. And I would like to help bring these issues to the forefront in a timely manner, give people a chance to realize what is happening in a timely manner, really able to research, and at least speak with some staff members, or maybe I'll volunteer to help the staff and help be a liaison with the citizens, because, this is bad how it's all been going. I think we all know that, and it's not just our community, it's not just Fairhope, it's not just here and there, it's minimum from the Lillian Bridge to the Mobile Bay, and I think you can see that in almost hundreds and hundreds of cases with people that have to come and try and fight and hire attorneys, and then still get rejected, and people are becoming where the attitude is, why bother, it won't do any good. And we heard that from numerous people that we tried to encourage to come to this meeting. And I appreciate everything you do, especially as volunteers. But you need some people that are directly in these different areas all along the 98 corridor to be coordinators and help with broaching these issues in a timely fashion, in an appropriate way, and in an overall way, not piecemeal. Is there a plan? The word plan.
Mr. Chairman,
is a
I hate to interject, but we have another very controversial case this evening with many citizens wanting to address that project. And so I just want to make sure we're not getting sidetracked.
No, I just wanted to say that, and I really, really would like for everyone to get the dictionary out and see what the word plan actually means. And
Thank you,
I would
ma'am.
like for that to be top priority for the entire Baldwin County, planning ahead and trying to take proactive, reasonable action. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right.
I'll be very short.
They all say that.
Sally McKinney, 1508 Martinez Drive, Lillian. When I moved to Lillian 30 years ago from Chicago, all my friends said, "What? Lillian, Alabama? No." Well, they finally found out when they came to visit us what Lillian, Alabama is all about. It's about people. It's about church people. It's about volunteers. It's about neighbors, helping neighbors. It's a wonderful place to live, and we don't want you screwing it up, so please stop it.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, to be fair, there are more here, and I thank you if you're choosing not to speak, but I am going to ask this. If there is something that has not been said that you just feel you're dying if you can't get it out, I'm going to give you that opportunity. I want to provide the opportunity, but I think we have a pretty good understanding. And for the lady that just spoke, I think the process works pretty well. If you had to be any more organized, I don't know how we would get everybody in here. And it's not over with. If you don't think you've been heard enough, you'll get another chance. So the process works. So, anybody else? All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to, you'll have to come to the mic because of the fact that we are on Facebook. I guess we still are. This will be the last then, since you're the only one that, again, I'm going to hold you to it.
My name is Ida Lewis. I live at 12759 Hillcrest Road in Lillian. My grandparents moved there almost 75 years ago. Both of them gone, but that's okay. When Lillian first started, my great-grandparents helped started that little community in Lillian. 3 people, the Brackens, the Crumleys, and the Ankin. They got together and they built 3 homes there. My great-grandparents' house was the second house built there in that little community. They loved it. They started from the end of their community down by the bay. They were scared of it, so they moved us into land. It wasn't nothing but a little dirt road. The Gillies and the Gibsons, they seen that our grandparents was really wanting a church home, and we were serious about their community. They built that community with their hands. They built it, and people started moving in. Before you knew it, we had flourish of families coming in all around Lillian, from the water all the way back to Alberta. We love our little town, and we just pray that y'all do the right thing, and the commissioners, and deny this, because it already looked like an eyesore with the ones they already built. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. And this is the process we always get. I'm going to give the applicant, do you want to respond? And this is they have applied for this and they have the right to respond. So we're going to give them that opportunity and an opportunity for us to ask any questions. So if you have any questions, be ready to ask.
I'll make it really quick. We hear all the concerns. This is just the first of many steps. We've still got to go through a sketch plat, preliminary plat. We've got to submit design plans. We've got to get permitting from both Baldwin County Highway Department and ALDOT. So there's a lot of steps to go through, and if at any point in that we find out there's some kind of design hurdle that can't be overcome, whether it's traffic or whatever, the project stops. But we can't start that process until we have the correct zoning. We can't apply for this subdivision while it's zoned B4. That's pretty much it, if y'all have any questions.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Deal? Thank you. All right, I'm going to, at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. And does anybody on the Planning Commission have any questions for staff? Okay, just so I'm clear with everybody, again, please understand this is a rezoning request. It is, what we're about to do is to make a motion as a recommendation to the County Commission. They will take our recommendation and then they'll have a public hearing and then they'll make a final decision on the rezoning. And please understand, Mr. Deal said it, and most of you probably already know this. If the zoning got approved, and I understand you wouldn't like it, but then they've got about 100 hurdles they have to go through to even, this is not approving that subdivision. It does set it up if we were to make that recommendation, but that's not what we're approving tonight. So I'm going to say to the Planning Commission members, what's your desire?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we recommend denial to the Baldwin County
Cybers made a
Commission.
motion to deny the request. Do I have a second?
Second. Mr. Chairman, just as a quick reminder, for the record, it'd be good to append some of the bases for the denial to that recommendation.
I make a motion, we recommend denial based on the danger to the intersection at Highway 98 and 91. Also, there is an issue with compatibility with the density of this development versus the rest of the area.
Okay.
I would add to that the issue.
Well, he's making a motion, so
Oh,
you're going
I'm
to have
sorry.
to second the motion, or
Yes.
Are you?
Yes, I definitely want to second the motion.
Okay. All right, so the motion's been seconded. Now, any comments or questions? And you're free, by the way, to speak to it before we vote. Or not. All right, no comments. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion to deny, the recommendation of the county commission is to deny. We do thank you for coming and voicing your opinions, but I got to ask you if you would quietly move on, because we have a bunch of people that need to come in. Do y'all need a break? We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute, guys. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open public hearing for case number Z22-6. This is the Action Auto Wholesale Property.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't see our planning tech in here who handles this case, so I'm going to just take care of it off the cuff here. This is a request to rezone 1 acre plus or minus from B2 to B3. This is also in the Lillian area. What's going on with this particular case is, again, District 33, you can see some of the highlights on this page. I'm going to keep moving. This is part of the staff report. It was available online. But the proposed use is a used car sales and tire shop. And I think what's important to note here is that this has actually apparently been in operation for quite some time, and it was just never zoned properly. And I think either there was a complaint, something triggered, they wanted to add something, but something triggered the realization that they were not properly zoned. And so now they are pursuing that proper zoning. You can see the locator map here, and the site map here, you can see there's B4 across the street. They have B2 to the east and the west there. This is the subject site and the adjacent properties. Again, the current zoning requirements under B2, and then under B3, which is what they're requesting, you can see those requirements. Again, this is in the staff report. I know it's hard to see on the screen, and we're moving through those pages quickly because it was available on the overall staff report. Again, an aerial map in 2013, you can see this was used even at that time for car sales, and again, currently used for that today. Again, I'm going to move through the staff analysis and findings relatively quickly because our recommendation here is for approval. Happy to stop on any of these items if you had questions. You can see comments here below from Wheezy Jeffers and also the Baldwin County Subdivision Coordinator. And any other folks who we reached out to. Again, this is a one-step increase from B2 to B3 to accommodate a use that has actually existed there for years with relatively no issues of any sort. Again, the applicant stated this business has operated since 2011, and this was confirmed with the probate office. Staff's recommendation is approval.
Let me ask of the Planning Commission, anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay. Does anybody have any questions for staff? Okay. We have no one signed up. Is there anyone that failed to sign up that wishes to speak to this item? All right, no one? All right. If not, then I'm going to close the public hearing.
I would make a motion that we approve the request for rezoning this parcel from B2 to B3.
As a recommendation of the County Commission?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mullick has made the motion to make a recommendation to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who was that? Mr. Davis? All right. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion is approved then. All right. We'll open public hearing now for case number Z22-7, the Herndon property. Anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay.
This is a request to rezone some property in Planning District 26 from RSF1, single family district. The subject property is located on the south side of County Road 32, just west of Callaway Drive. It contains 4.27 acres. The applicant is requesting that it be rezoned to RSF2 in order to do a family exemption. He would like to have 80-foot wide lot frontage by 200 feet deep. As you can see, the subject property is surrounded by RSF1. There is also some RSF2 zoning to the north and east of the subject property. Here's a picture of the property and some of the adjacent residential areas. As I said, the it's currently zoned RSF1, which allows for 30,000 square foot lots, with them being 100 feet wide. And the applicant is requesting RSF2, which allows 15,000 square foot lots and 80 foot wide. Planning District 26 zoning map was adopted in September 1993. There has been a few rezonings in the area, most of them from RSF1 to RSF2, pretty much for the same purpose, to subdivide. Here is, the applicant did get a wetland delineation. Here's the outline of the subject property, and then in the blue you can see where the wetlands were delineated. Here's some comments from the Highway Department and the Subdivision Department. As stated, the applicant would like to go from RSF1 to RSF2. Staff has recommended denial of this request, feeling it wasn't compatible with the 4.27 acres being zoned to RSF2. But after communicating with the applicant, we felt like if he only did the front or the east 200 feet to RSF2, that is something we would feel more in favor for to rezone. Because you can see to the north, the two parcels north of the subject property are about 185 to 200 feet. We feel that that's more compatible. The applicant's here, and I'm sure if that's what he wants to do, he will express that during his public hearing.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
If that was the case, will we need to table it for next month, or could we approve it?
You could approve it if the applicant requests, you know, if he requests that the 200, only the front 200 feet be rezoned, y'all can make that recommendation. You can recommend how it currently is. It's up to you, because since if he asked for a smaller area than what was originally, that would be fine. If it was something larger, then we would have to go back and re-advertise.
Okay.
But being smaller is fine.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had a question, Mr. Chairman. Do we also need to add a condition for the improvement to the road? Because that was one of the highlighted areas in the staff report, that Callaway doesn't support the subdivisions. So if we're going to pass it, does that need to be in any motion?
Well, from my understanding from the applicant, he plans on doing a family division exemption. So it will not be going through the full subdivision process. It will be exempt.
Does that put a burden later if it's sold, that if we don't ask for an upgrade on the, I hear what you're saying, but if we do a family division, there's nothing to stop that from being sold, then Callaway doesn't meet a requirement for what the subdivision was, and so the new owners are burdened with inadequate access.
Let me just comment very briefly on that, and we also have Weezy Jeffers here with the Highway Department. So the Baldwin County subdivision regulations require that all lots front on a county paved road that meets the county requirements, essentially. And there's this broad exemption in state statute that says, well, instead you can do a family division and just provide 30 foot of any type of access. So in this case, he's proposing to utilize that exemption. However, I do think you could make the case, and I'm not trying to make that for you, but you're essentially saying, well, the infrastructure is not here to support this, so we're not going to support this rezoning, as I kind of understand what you're saying. You could use that requirement in the subdivision regulations as a basis of that justification if you felt that that was warranted here.
Okay, I mean, maybe this is a question for you, Matthew, but I'm looking at Callaway, and it seems that we're moving down the road in subdivisions, adding RSF2, SRF2, RSF. So as it continues, at some point, if this is not upgraded, you're going to, unfortunately for everyone who lives on that road, we're going to have an inadequate road. That's kind of what I'm thinking if we don't have that. Am I correct?
Yeah, no, I totally have living down in that area. Callaway Road goes around barely a curve into Grass Road. That's the name of the road, but it's not far off from the road itself. And that road in there is at best a 1.5 lane road all the way from 32 to back around to Scenic 98. So as you say, once you start with subdivisions in there, it's going to be an issue for people who might come in. I would also mention that the 2 lots to the east of this property are currently for sale.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay. I have Ray Herndon.
I am the applicant. After talking to the staff, I did not know that a property could have 2 zoning designations, so it would be fine with me if we just took the front 200 feet to allow me to have 3 lots instead of now I could have 2 lots.
Okay.
Just trying to acquire one
So
more lot.
you would agree with that if we go that route then?
Do what?
You would agree then to cut that back and just rezone?
Yes, 200 feet would, that's all I'm trying to work with is the front right now, and that would allow that.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question of the applicant?
Sure.
So your intention is to do a family division?
Yes.
Is your ultimate intention to sell these on the market as a whole, or is it to give to family members for their use and for them to hold?
My son lives in Louisiana, and he wants to keep one and own it. I own 25% of this land. My son owns 25%, and my sister owns 50%. We're going to divide it, and then they can do with what they want.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I have one signed up in opposition, William O'Mara.
Good afternoon. I'm William O'Mara. I'm at 16807 Callaway Road. I also represent 13 other residents on the road. So I'm speaking for them as well. In general, we're trying to prevent the overpopulation of the Callaway and Grass Road and maintain current zoning, keeping the low density. In the spirit of time, I'm not going to go through the points in the opposition letter, but I do want to bring out one thing that we feel like is really important is the safety of the children and the residents that live on that road. As was pointed out, the road is very narrow. So if you haven't been down this road, as you come in here, there's a school bus that stops right here at 3:25 every afternoon. I know that because I bring my kids home at the same time. 3 kids get off this school bus and walk down, somewhere down in this area here. I have to be very mindful driving down this road because there's nowhere for these kids to get off the side of the road so I can get by. People walk their dogs, people jog, kids in the afternoon get on their bikes. Because there's no sidewalks, they have to ride down the middle of the street. The street is very narrow. There are no shoulders. Well, there might be a foot in one place or 2 foot on the other, down the road a little bit, but there's no shoulders for them to get out of the way for cars. I know since these 2 pieces of property right here have been sold, the traffic on this road doubled. I don't have data because I'm not sitting there counting cars, but I can tell you every day I'm having to pull over as far as I can, as far as the shoulder will allow me to let the cars come through. So we are trying real hard to keep this a low density, and we would appreciate your support on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I have no one else signed up to speak. Is there someone that didn't? Okay. Selena, do you have anything to add?
We did receive numerous letters and some calls.
In opposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, real quick, Selena, can you just real quick, two zoning designations can exist on an unsubdivided piece of property?
That's correct.
How does that work? I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed.
We, when rezoning, we go by legal description, not necessarily parcel number. So,
Okay, that's all I need to hear. I got it. Thank you.
For instance, the Fort Morgan property today had 2, the food truck wanted to be on, had 2 different zonings on that one lot.
Because there would be two separate legal descriptions for those particular zonings
They could determine two separate.
within the same
descriptions.
parcel boundaries.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Is Callaway Drive a county-maintained road?
It is, and according to the map, it's paved, county maintained.
Is it paved, transition to grass, or, I mean, is this something that we need to look at
I'll refer,
as a county and before we make any substantial
maybe we
changes here?
should let the highway department speak on that.
So Callaway Drive is a county-maintained road, but it is what we call a single-purpose road. It is a two-way, one-lane road where you do get off on the side of the road to allow for another vehicle to pass. This is only a practice that we use internally for our roadways in a situation where there is inadequate right-of-way with the historical subdivision. In this area, right-of-way is very limited and was not donated from what I've researched, and that is the case why it is only one lane. And right-of-way would be required if there was a traditional subdivision divided.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have one, and it's just for clarification. The family subdivisions, if you can explain it further, Matthew, in the sense of, we've got two different options. One of them allows for this to happen, but then we can put it on an inadequate road, but we can't control what happens as soon as we say this is done, so it's no longer a family division. I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that before we consider this.
Sure. So there's a state law, and that state law gives counties the authority to have subdivision regulation. And the best way to think about it is they say, here's that authority. And then they have this other section below, and they say there's one exception to that authority. You cannot regulate the division and transfer of land to an immediate family member. And so it is this broad exemption to our regulations. And I'm going to tell you, in open disclosure, it is rampantly abused in Baldwin County. I'm not saying at all that that's the case here, but because I can see you kind of scratching your head and say, wow, that seems like a loophole. It is a loophole. And many times it's used very appropriately, and then sometimes it's not, unfortunately.
I know we've been here a long time. I'm just, at this point, I'm going through curious questions, but so there's no legal, there's nothing binding on that. We do the division, there's nothing binding past that. So it's truly just a big old loophole.
That's right. They deed the property to a family member, and it's legal. And if someone complains, we'll go check to make sure they deeded it to an immediate family member. But once we can verify they have, and it meets the minimum lot sizes for the zoning, our hands are tied beyond that.
And we're tied on a statutory level with the state of Alabama. We can't even change our subdivision regulations to address that issue. That would have to be changed on the legislative side of that. So it's not something that we can fix absent somebody talking to somebody in Montgomery and getting it fixed.
And commissioners, it appears there has been very little appetite at the state legislative level to make the family exemption process more stringent.
So then in reality, from a legal perspective, can we put a requirement to address the right-of-way on a two-way, one-lane road? Or if it's deeded family, do we have that authority?
So you have to remember, what's before you tonight is a rezoning request, and there are 11 factors that are considered as part of that rezoning request. And one is the timing right, the compatibility. You look at infrastructure, so you can consider those things as part of your analysis and just forget the fact that there's an intent to do a family division here. Really, you should put aside the fact that there's an intent to do a family division here and say, is this rezoning appropriate under the 11 factors?
Okay. Any other questions? If I haven't already, I'm closing the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the County Commission that this rezoning be denied. The folks who live in Planning District 26 and also in Planning District 19 have gone to extraordinary measures over a number of years to limit the density of housing and in that area. and I think we should respect that, particularly given the potential for this being turned into, at some point in the future, something more than just a family transaction.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Bill has made the motion to deny the request. Mr. Mullick has seconded the motion. Any comments, questions before we vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this time, we're going to open public hearing for case Z22-8, Vasut property. Ms. Boykin?
All right. This is a request to rezone about 39 acres located in Planning District 12, located on the west side of Highway 59, just south of Thompson Road. It is currently zoned RA, Rural Agriculture, and the applicant is asking that it be rezoned to RSF4, Single Family, in order to make a subdivision. As you can see, the subject property is just south of Central Baldwin Middle School, which is located in the city limits of Robertsdale. To the east, it is zoned RSF2. You have some multifamily, some residential manufacturing housing parks. To the east, there is B3, commercial. So there's quite a bit of different uses in this area. Here's a picture of the subject property and some of the adjacent properties. As stated before, it is currently zoned RA, and the applicant is asking for RSF4. Planning District 12 was adopted in November of 2006. There has been a couple of rezonings in the area. Most of these rezonings were to a higher density residential along Thompson Road and also commercial along Highway 59. Here's a map that's further zoomed out. You can see there's quite a bit of RSF3, RSF4 towards the west of the subject property. Here's some comments from the subdivision department and also from the highway department. As stated previously, the subject property is currently zoned RA, Rural Agriculture, and is currently vacant. The property adjoins Thompson Road and Highway 59. The adjoining properties are commercial, residential, and agriculture. They have requested RSF4 for the purpose of a future subdivision. If the property is rezoned, the proposed uses will require subdivision approval. And staff has recommended approval of this rezoning request.
Okay. First off, does anybody on the Planning Commission have to clear any prior communication on this? Okay. Any questions for staff?
I have one. Is this close enough that Robertsdale would offer an opinion? I can't see from the map, or no?
Let me go back to the comments. Did we receive comments from the City of Robertsdale? No,
Any other questions?
Is there any other RSF4 with housing on 59 there? I see RSF4 on down farther on Thompson Road, but all I see is RA.
not along Highway 59. You have more commercial zoning. I'm not sure about further north. There's Lakeland. I'm not sure what that is zoned.
Just a reminder, use your microphone for the sake of the video.
Sorry. Michael, I think there's a subdivision going in on Divine Road in 59, right there a little bit further north.
Yeah, I believe it's in the city limits of Robertsdale. That larger gray piece.
All right, any other questions? Okay. I have Mr. Ursel Godwin signed up to speak.
Good evening, Ursula Godwin, Sawgrass Consulting. I'm here on behalf of the property owner requesting this rezoning. Not really much to add unless you guys have questions, but one thing I did want to point out is the property really doesn't have any frontage along Highway 59. So the, any potential access or any future development would be there on Thompson Road. That's the only thing I really have to add unless you have questions for me.
Mr. Godwin, this plat that I'm looking at shows wetlands. Do you know, it looks like there's a fairly good sizable amount. Is there?
Yeah, so so to date, there's not been any, full-blown surveying or engineering or any of that kind of stuff since we're looking at a rezoning, but there was a delineation done on the property, and that delineation shown is what's there. In addition to that, we know that there's some, pretty decent amount of water that may, go through the site, so that's why we've left so much of it undeveloped, potentially in that conceptual drawing, so there's there'll be no impact to wetlands or anything like that, should there be any future development there.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant's representative? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I had no one else signed up. Was there anybody that failed to sign the sheet that would like to speak? Okay.
I would also say we have not received any phone calls or letters on this case.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing. Do you have any questions for follow-up for staff? Not, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We recommend approval for the rezoning application to the county commission.
Is that Mr. Nance? Okay, made a motion, a recommendation to approve the request. Have a second?
Seconded.
Mr. Seibert, second motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Mullock, one no vote, so the recommendation is approved. All right. We'll now open the public hearing for case number Z22-9, the Bertola Properties LLC property. Matthew? Oh, does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay, Mr. Mullock is going to recuse himself from this one. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, want to thank the commission for their hard work. It's amazing to think we've already heard a very controversial case and our room is still packed, so we know we got work ahead of us still. And this is case Z29-2 Bertola Properties. The request is to rezone 44.4 acres from RSF2 and RSFE to RSF3. I just want to note here real quickly that on the way this involves many parcels, and so the way it's shown in the staff report, you'll see from the sketch plans that it includes several. There's only 2 selected on the map, but in what's noticed to the public, it involves 5 total parcels. Some of those involve just small portions of those parcels that are proposed for the rezoning. So this is located in Planning District 15, which is in the Bell Forest area. Again, the current zoning is RSFE and RSF2. Subject property is located south of Rebel Road and east of State Highway 181. The proposed zoning is RSF3 single family district. It's currently vacant farmland essentially. Again, the proposal is to develop a single family residential subdivision similar to Waterford to the south. You can see on the locator map here, there is quite a few potential wetlands. I highlight the fact that those are only potential. That means when we see that as staff, before any development in terms of a future subdivision application is considered for this site, they will be required to have a professional delineator go out and identify those wetlands and then provide any buffers to protect those wetlands. But you can see the surrounding zoning. Now, one thing that makes this a difficult case, and I bring you back to that slide we showed at the beginning of the meeting tonight about the difference between zoning and subdivision cases, is we're looking for compatibility and transition of uses. And I'll actually you'll notice that we have the 181-64 intersection, which we're all familiar with, which is a intensifying commercial node. And then I think we're all very familiar with the residential development that's in the Belforest community. Well, you have this gap that exists between them that has remained for, at least in recent years, this RSFE property. So the question from a zoning analysis is this, what should go in that gap when we look at when we get a rezoning application? So this is just a picture, and I do want to highlight one thing because this is probably going to come up in the public hearing. We initially posted the sign at the end of the subdivision street, and a lot of people saw it. We got a lot of chatter off of it right away, but some people complained that it should be on Rebel Road, so we also moved it to Rebel Road for some of the time. So it actually got visibility on two separate roads, and based on the communication we received from the public on this, a lot of notice went out to the community in general. Again, we know everybody would prefer to have more notice, but this is the way the law sets it out for us to do this, and it tends to work pretty well for giving folks notice overall. So you can see the differences in the staff report between RSF2 and RSF3 zoning. The primary difference is that an RF3 allows a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet, whereas RSF2 allows a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet. RSFE has a minimum lot size of 80,000 square feet. That's RSFE is residential single family estate. Here's just a conceptual plan of what they're proposing here. Again, we have not received an application for a subdivision at this point, and that'll be a whole separate application, a whole separate process where wetlands, stormwater, traffic, all of that will be evaluated. So this is purely conceptual to show you what they're talking about for this property, but it's certainly subject to change, and you would evaluate that in a separate application. So this subdivision is not under consideration at today's meeting, but they are proposing 104 potential lots for this site. Again, this is just a zoom up to show that. So looking at the factors here, I don't want to dwell on these, but we have some of the basic information. But this first factor we look at is the requested change compatible with the existing development pattern and the zoning of nearby properties. So we do notice that there's RSFE and RSF2 around, but if you look at the second paragraph, we just note that a development trend appears to exist from an intensified commercial node at the intersection of State Route 181 and County Road 64, because zoning encourages a transition from more intense uses to less intense uses. A higher intensity residential use is likely an appropriate transition from the commercial growth at the commercial node and the existing residential developments. That said, staff does note that the commercial development trend may be somewhat misrepresented, and I'm sorry, Mr. Davis's head is in the way right there, by the intensely zoned yet undeveloped commercial property in the area. And I'm going to show you that here. So if you look at this zoning map on the left, and immediately like, wow, boy, that node on County Road 64 and 181, that is an intense commercial node. But once you look at the aerial photography, and I say this just to make sure we see what's really there, a lot of that has yet to be developed. Now, we are aware of existing applications for enhanced development at the corner of northeast corner of 181 and County Road 64, but most of this other property out there, at least as far as I'm aware of, there are no pending developments or applications for that area, even though it is zoned B3 for business use. So again, I just highlight the gap between those residential subdivisions and that commercial node. The question is, what is the appropriate zoning in there? So factor 2 is, has there been a change in conditions upon which the original zoning designation was based? And then have land use conditions change? And again, a review of aerial photography does show significant development change in this area within the Belforest community specifically, since zoning was implemented in 2006. And again, this is a comparison of 2006 to 2021. The area has developed extensively since zoning came into place. Now, that's been primarily residential development for the most part, but it has seen significant growth since those initial zoning designations were put in place. The rest of the factors, I'm going to skip forward. Again, these were in the staff report, which are available to the public online. I do want to jump to number 6 because I think you'll hear quite a bit about this one as well. Is the proposed amendment consistent with the development patterns in the area and appropriate for orderly development in the community? And I want to highlight here, it notes here, the cost of land or other economic considerations pertaining to the applicant shall not be a consideration in reviewing the request. In District 15, there's what's called a local provision for that district. And that's a special rule that they created for their district. And I have it on here. It says the intent of the District 15 Advisory Committee is to encourage residential zoning for the vast majority of District 15. And furthermore, to encourage zoning in the areas of RSFE and single-family estate district, or single-family estate district, and RSF1 single-family district. When possible, in order to protect the values of homes and properties already established throughout the district. While we understand the need for affordable housing and commercial growth when properly zoned, we believe that protecting property values should be a higher priority in making future zoning decisions. So this is where staff finds itself in a difficult situation in how we make a recommendation, because this is a pretty subjective paragraph. It basically says, as a general rule, we don't want higher zoning densities, but there have been a lot that have been approved in that area. And then what now is appropriate in this gap between this commercial node and all these RSF2 developments in the Bell Forest area? And I would say that if someone brought evidence, and to date we haven't received any, so if there was some substantive evidence that an RSF3 zoning would negatively impact home values of the surrounding neighborhoods, then I would consider this paragraph to suddenly have quite a bit of weight in your decision tonight. Without that, it's difficult to place that weight given the way the uses are transitioning from that commercial node. The balance of these are comments that we've received from the different entities in the area. Nothing really substantive to highlight other than they'll have to go through the full subdivision process when that time comes. We also received comments from the Highway Department, again noting the things that will be required when they go through that subdivision process. So this is what's being requested, to go from single family 1 and single family estate to RSF3. We're the referees in the middle. This is one of those ones where we're weighing the factors, and we do think that it tilts in favor of a rezoning in this case. Again, because there's a gap between a commercial node and RSF2, and the question is, what is appropriate there? It's either going to go commercial or residential, and their local provision did say that the preference would be residential zoning in this district over commercial. So in RSF3, it's kind of a make sense for a transitional zoning between that commercial. So our staff recommendation on that basis is approval.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions for staff? Okay. All right. Then I have signed up to speak, I think on behalf of the applicant. I have Jessica McDeal and David Deal, so I'll let the two of you decide who's going to go first.
Good evening, I guess, at this point. So the applicant is requesting a rezoning from RSFE and RSF2 to RSF3. I did want to touch real quick because I saw in some of the opposition there was concern about the way that it came out on the website or whatever. So the information that we submitted to the county did in fact list the existing zonings as RSFE and RSF2. However, the new Citizen Serve portal, which we use to submit these things, currently only allows one choice under the existing zoning classification. So when we were clicking through there, they said, well, it only allows one. I said, well, whichever one covers most of the site, pick that one. So it just happens that the RSF2 covered 60-something%, so he chose that one. So, but everything if you look at the documentation we turned in, it all says RSF E and RSF 2. So there's nothing nefarious about that. The other items, I saw a lot of concern about drainage and traffic and sewer and water and that kind of thing, which is pretty standard. Our engineers have looked at the site. There is a lot of water that comes through there. There are wetlands there in the center of the property, which we have already had delineated. A traffic study, a traffic engineer has been engaged, and they're preparing a traffic study. And the developer understands that any improvements warranted by that traffic study will have to be implemented, whether that's turn lanes, interconnectivity, whatever it is. There was some concerns, I think, about water. Certainly there's water mains along Austin, Rebel, Highway 181, County Road 64. We're required to do fire flow tests on the existing system. We're required to do a water model with the design. So if in fact we get to that point and there's not enough water pressure, then the county or Daphne, neither one, will approve our application. So sewer is available. There's a 12-inch line on Austin. And again, I want to remind you guys on this one that this is just one step. We still have to go through sketch plat, preliminary plat with the county. We also, in this case, go through preliminary plat with the city of Daphne. And it will be reviewed by both of the staffs of both of those jurisdictions. So that being said, 54 acres, 104 lots proposed with a density of 1.9 per acre. Green space is a little over 13 acres, which comprises about 24% of the total site. Current zoning and proposed zoning. The lot size proposed are 80 by 140, which will give us a building pad area of 60 by 80 feet. 30-foot front and rear setbacks, 10-foot side. The builder right now is Truland Homes, so this is the same builder that's in Waterford, or at least the homes that I noticed riding through there. So just giving you a snippet of the homes that are planned in there. They're all nice homes. I just actually bought one, brick and hardy board. There's a few more examples. This relates to the economic impact of the development. This is an estimate impact of the construction of 100 single-family units. I won't pretend to understand all this, but apparently there's significant economic benefit to the community. And so this kind of shows you a development pattern in the area. I've worked on a majority of these developments in this area over the past 25 or 30 years. So this is what it looked like around 2006, 2007, 2008. That includes some commercial things that were going in. Dunmore came in around 2009 through 2012, St. Augustine. We got a Dollar General in 2014. And then I guess Swift Lumber there on Milton Jones Road. The fire station there as well. Some apartments over on 64, and then Jubilee Farm started down to the south, and Blackstone Lakes, which is a little bit closer to 2013. A little more commercial development right there on 181. And then, as Matthew mentioned, we're currently working on a Circle K right there at the intersection of 181 and 64. So that's the development pattern in the area. So there was a lot of concern about density, how it related. So this chart will show you, we just looked within 1/2 mile of the subject property. On the right, you'll see the different subdivisions. Now, Obviously, this does not count for the large meets and bounds parcels. We're just comparing apples with apples, subdivision with subdivision. Austin, Brook, Waterford, I won't go through them, but you see the acreage and the number of units in each subdivision and the density calculated over to the right. If you take all those into account, the cumulative density is about 2.1 units per acre. And I would point out that we are proposing 1.9 units per acre, which, if you notice, is exactly what Waterford subdivision density is. So we're not asking for anything more dense. As Matthew pointed out, there's hardly any difference between RSF2 and RSF3. We can build the same houses, same setbacks, same maximum building coverage, all that stuff. The only thing that is different is the minimum lot area. So this kind of gives you an idea of the zoning transition. There's a lot of medium density residential, a little bit of high density residential, but obviously the 181 corridor is going to be business corridor. Nobody's going to want to live on 181. So, you know, we agree with their assessment that this is a great transition zoning. So in summary, 54 acres, RSF3 proposed a consistent development pattern, logical zoning transition, compatible density, which I think is important. Minimum lot widths and setbacks are going to be identical. Consistent builder and house product with the neighbors. I have a lot of information the engineer gave me tonight about the stormwater runoff calculations, which I won't bore you with, but we have 2 large ponds proposed that we will handle our stormwater and not add anything to the downstream conditions. Obviously, we'll ensure adequate fire flows, which we are required to do by both Baldwin County and City of Daphne. As I said, traffic study's already been engaged, and with that, I would be happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dillon. Anybody have any questions for the applicant's representative? You will, and in a moment I'm going to call for input, and you'll get a chance to speak. All right. Ms. McDill, would you like to speak? I figured you would. You came here, so.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Bertola Properties. I appreciate your time this evening. In light of some of the comments I anticipate, I read the file online, and I have represented the Bertola family for close to 30 years now. And so they have farmed in this community since the turn of the century. And I think that one of the considerations here when you're talking about transition issues that staff has brought to you is that they are farmers. This use is changing because the needs of our county are changing. People need housing. And all of the houses of many of the people that are here tonight were once on farmland that had to change use to meet the needs of our community. And we're recognizing that and having to move and accommodate what is happening in our community. And that development is not consistent with our farming operations. And you've seen that change. I know members of the commission have seen that with the sale that we had across the road to Providence Hospital. Those lands will eventually be developed into health care. The fire station that now sits on Bertola lands, as well as other developments that have converted farmland to other uses as we've had growth. And this is a wonderful place to be, and we have growth, and it's got to be managed, and this transition is part of that. And there is a need for that housing, and it's just got to be filled. And so on behalf of the Bertola Properties entity and their family, we ask that you approve this request. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have quite a few signed up in opposition. I will say to you, just as I did to the earlier group that we had, we will give you the chance to speak. I'll call on you to come up. You'll need to come to the mic, give us your name and address. We are going to try to limit you to 3 minutes, and please ask that don't repeat. If the traffic is an issue, just say, I agree with the previous person. We don't need to prolong it. We're trying to get information from you as to what your concerns are, so I'll call on you to come up, and if somebody else has already said what you wanted to say, just say that. All right, I have Neil Arnold.
Hey, my name is Neil Arnold. I live at 10300 Rebel Road. My concern is just the Rebel Road is such a small road with no shoulder to it. There's no sidewalks. I have 4 kids. You have to walk down the road for the bus stop now. Safety is a big concern. All of the neighborhoods you see that have been added since 2006, I think, cut through our road. You can't hardly get out of your driveway at 7 o'clock now, so making another 173 lots right there, I think would not make a whole lot of sense. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, sir. Christina Nave.
Hi, Christina Nave, 10361 Goodrich Way in the Waterford neighborhood, which is adjacent to the neighborhood they're looking to put in. Our neighborhood is an RSF2, and it's a very quiet neighborhood. There are lots of children who walk the streets, cross the streets, bicycles, etc. By opening the roadway from Planters to come out of that, one of the entrances or exits out of that new neighborhood would cause a lot more traffic. So of course I don't want to repeat that, but that Rebel Road, as was already said, but that is a very small road, quiet as well, and they're only proposing 2 entrance and those 2 entrances and exits. I don't know that Trulin Home built our home as well as many homes in Waterford, but so they are a very good builder, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense to change the zoning from an RSF3 to put more homes in almost the same sized area when it's already zoned for RSF2. We always knew probably that a neighborhood would be built there, but it would be nice if it wasn't this large. That's all.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have Matthew and Alex Bailey. No? Going once? Are you trying to decide which one?
Hi, I'm Alex Bailey. I live at 10327 Borough Court. In the proposed plan, our house is the one that backs up to one of the big fields. I agree with what has been said about the safety. We have 2 little girls. We live in that cul-de-sac, and so the entrance into this neighborhood right there where a lot of kids play is a straight shot and not safe. Also, everything that is adjacent is an RSF2 or an RSF E, so I agree with what was said. It doesn't make sense to build more houses with the same size.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Did Matthew want to speak? Not this Matthew. Okay. Miranda Merritt.
That quick. My name is Miranda Merritt. I live at 10209 Rebel Road. My family and I have been residents of Bell Forest for over 15 years. We purchased our property with the knowledge that the surrounding areas were designated RSFE and/or RSF1 properties. Mr. Bertola purchased the property in June 28, 2021, with the same knowledge of how it was zoned. It's been less than a year since that purchase, and he's already wanting to rezone and build 104 homes now right here. But his proposal already shows roads coming out here, which means he's going to want to develop this as well. As you know, we already have Jubilee Farm, and it's already ridiculous. So this would not just go to 10,000, 15,000 square foot change. You're talking about a lot of this property, which is RSFE, which is 80,000 square foot lots, down to 10 or 15,000 square foot lots. That is not compatible. It is not compatible. So, like you showed in section 2.3.15 regarding our district, our advisory committee said that they wanted to keep it RSFE and RSF1 if possible. It's obviously possible. Talking about how we need more housing, absolutely not. We do not need more housing in our area. We can't get out on the roads. Our children can't ride their bicycles. We can't walk our dogs because all of the properties that exist in our area, they all cut through Rebel Road. I sit there every morning with my kids waiting to get on the bus. We've already had a death. It's a very narrow 2-lane street. My husband was actually passed today on Rebel Road. It's very small. There's no sidewalks. There's nothing. If they put an entrance onto Rebel Road, I don't even understand how it could be possible. I don't understand how this could be approved. As far as the zoning of commercial property along 181, all of this has houses on it right here. All of this is houses. This is a church and this is their parking lot. We're fine with having a corner. We love our Dollar General. Everybody does. We already have, Allegri's. It's wonderful. We have our little community and we have what we need. But what the slides are showing is that there has been significant development and change, and it's mostly residential in our area. But the influx of people we just cannot support. The schools are overwhelmed. I spoke with someone in the school office of Bell Forest, and they say that there are 30-plus kids in each class, which denies our children one-on-one time with their teachers if they have questions. They're getting requests for more and more children to be allowed into the school because of Jubilee Farms. There's already 1,100 homes that are already in process of being built. The residents, when we try to vote, we have to stand in line for hours to vote because we only have a little church to do so. We have a volunteer fire department, and that's all we have. We don't have the sufficient infrastructure for all of this. My husband's in law enforcement, and I can tell you that they are overwhelmed with the numbers of people moving into Baldwin County, and specifically our area.
30 seconds.
The only thing that can come of this will be lining a developer's pockets, period. Our residents have reached out. We asked to purchase the property. They can still make money building on 3- and 5-acre home sites that are all around and keep the integrity and the character of Bell Forest intact. We like our community. We like the way it has a country feel. We all moved out there to get away from all the subdivisions. So I'm asking you to please, really think about this from a human's resident's perspective and deny this application for rezoning any of it. Leave it RSE and RS2. There's no need, there's no logical need to change it whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Darrell Cleworth. I may not have said that right.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Could you do me a favor and bring up that color image thing? Like a Google Earth, I guess it would be. My name is Daryl Cleworth. I'm a resident at yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. 25575 Austin Road. I have acreage that actually backs up to this proposed development. The one thing I wanted to mention real quick, actually after a quick housekeeping, I appreciate the comment about the signage being moved and put on Rebel Road. That took place on the 26th. Really didn't give a lot of people time to see that at the end of the Waterford connection. That was difficult. Also, housekeeping-wise, the letters that went out to the residents who all abut this property weren't received. Mine was postmarked the 26th, then received on the 30th of April, which essentially gave me 5 days to prepare to speak in regards to this development. With that being said, the homes here and the development and the proposed, I'm lost, there we are. This proposed acreage here, this RSF2 was a placeholder. Every piece of property surrounding that is an estate property, zoned RSFE. I'm not sure what placeholder means exactly, but I'm assuming when Waterford was developed, they had an idea that maybe they could continue that. With that being said, the estate development, gentlemen, we have to give our county and our community a chance to breathe. The developers' images were great because it just shows the consuming nature of what's happening around us right now. And Bell Forest having the opportunity to give people a choice to live in an estate neighborhood, which 12 years ago I purchased my property specifically knowing that I have a state around me. If I wanted RSF3, I would have moved into Oldfield or some other development, and that's fine. And the commercial development, that's fine, but we know that if this is allowed by you guys today, then not only will this be RSF3, but it will make perfect sense for this to be RSF3, and if you'd allow it, RSF4, why not? The more the better for them. We need homes, but we also need options. Gentlemen, I implore that you keep the RSFE estate lot size for this area to not crush what we all long to keep. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. David Wilson? No David? All right. Adrian Jones.
I'm going to start my timer as well. Good afternoon. I'm Adrian Jones. I am here representing the residents at 24861 Planters Drive, which is myself and my husband and my family, and we are opposed to the proposed rezoning request. And I'm going to try real hard to stick to these little notes. The reason that I am opposed is that RSF2 and RSFE both remain viable zonings and are appropriate zoning classifications for the properties. They serve as a transition from the existing zoning districts between Rebel Road to Austin Road, which runs north to south, as well as east to west from Highway 181 to properties fronting on Austin Road. We already talked about Baldwin County Commission adopting the Planning District 15 in the past, and it's my opinion that the conditions in this immediate vicinity, I'm not talking about 181, I'm not talking about Dollar General, I mean the immediate vicinity, have not changed, and they do not warrant rezoning the property, particularly to a more dense zoning classification. The land has topographic challenges that can be incorporated into a well-designed subdivision that is zoned as it currently is. I am asking that the Planning Commission send a recommendation to deny this application The burden of proof that the current zoning is not viable has not been met. Staff mentioned that RSF3 is likely to be an appropriate zoning district. It is my opinion that the existing zoning is the appropriate zoning districts. And just a note about the density that was presented. The site has 24% of its land impaired and cannot be developed. And if we deduct the acreage from the impaired area, it reduces the buildable area to 41 acres, which means that the development would actually be 2.5 units per acre and not 1.9. And comparing Waterford, we have one in phase 2, one open space, that's 1.6 acres. It's our clubhouse and a green space. And the density there, if we take our open space out, is 2 units per acre. So, as I sum up, RSF2 is my recommendation as remaining appropriate. The proposed use is not consistent with development patterns. It is not a logical zoning transition because what we have currently is. The density is not compatible because what is currently there already is. And I will respect your time, and my 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Kelly Stewart.
Hey, I just want to agree with everything that's been said by everyone. I'm not going to repeat any of that. Of course, agreeing with the RSF2, which I'm in Waterford. I'm representing those neighbors that can't be here as the head of the POA. I did speak with a realtor, though we didn't have enough time to get an impact as far as the effect on the property values, though she said it would decrease that. Several of them did, but that would take some time to actually get you something solid, so I did not have that much time. And as far as with the master plan and stuff that went along with the planning for District 15, you know, obviously they were trying to make everything RSFE and RSF1. I guess our neighborhood kind of snuck in there and got RSF2. And of course, we just are asking you to please consider no on this. Of course, we're at the mercy of each of you and praying that each of you do not allow this rezoning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. James Lassiter.
James Lassiter, I'm a resident of Waterford. I agree with everything that's been said so far, but I would like to go back to one thing. There was something mentioned earlier on that said that the basic size of RF2 and RF3 were going to be the same, and that the impact would not be very much different. I'd like some clarification on that, because it is very different. Can you bring people back up to help us out with that?
Matthew.
So there is a difference. One is 15,000 square feet minimum lot size, and the other is 10,000 square feet minimum lot size. So there certainly is a difference in minimum lot size.
But what was stated is that it was negligible.
So I think it'd be appropriate for the applicant. Because I don't want to I'm not trying to take the applicant's position. I think he was showing that chart when you take the size of the development as a whole, in terms of houses in the development, which is sometimes encouraged to get more green space, that overall this is a very similar size, resulting size to all the surrounding developments. But it'd be better for him to state that instead of me.
Understood, but it is very different. It's different in the fact immediately that you have a higher saturation of housing, which displaces more water. That's immediate. So how can we go with RSF2 and RSF3 being compatible? There's a designation, and there's a reason why there's a designation. That's what I don't understand. The spirit of what we have there in our community, I think we should stay with the zoning that we currently have, the RSF2 and the RSFE. I think that's where we should stay with it. I don't see the reason for the having of the 3, and I think it's going to be a detrimental impact. So,
Thanks, sir. Brian, is it Guggers?
I'm Brian Griggers. I live at 24803 Austin Road in the Waterford Subdivision. Most of what I was going to say has been said, but to address the housing need that they're saying that they want to have done, or Bertola and Trulin are building in Jubilee Farms, it's half built out. They got 500 more houses to be built down there. That addresses the housing need. We don't need another subdivision.
Okay. Stephen, George?
Yeah, most of my points have been hit, but I like to hear myself talk, so go with this. Using the gentleman's own information, so he's basically saying that 40% of this property is going to be able to be 8 times the number of houses that it currently is zoned for. The other 60% is going to be 150% of the current housing allowed. So, like I said, with most of my points being taken, I'd just like to read from your own planning commission deal. Zoning ordinances and regulations shall be made with general purpose of guiding and accomplishing a coordinated, adjusted, and harmonious development of the county, which will, in accordance with present and future needs, best promote the health, environment, safety, morals, order, convenience, prosperity, and general welfare. There's not a need. It's not going to be prosperous except for the people building it. As the lady said, we've talked to a few realtors. It will impact home values due to the timing. We can't get in writing yet, but we will. But I just feel, going from RSFE and 2 to 3, it's just going to be misguided. So.
Thanks, sir. Last but not least, Bailey Chastain.
So I moved in to the Waterford Subdivision in August 2019. Unfortunately, 3 or 4 months later, Jubilee Farms started going into place, and which I mean, honestly, we didn't really do much of our homework as far as what was going in there at that time. It was just vacant land, and then literally within a 4 to 5 month period, it started getting built, and now there's literally a small city sitting across the street from Waterford. When I say small city, I mean, you think about it, like, how many homes is it? Is it 900? 917 homes. So let's just say an average of 3 people live there. Like, I don't know what the numbers are on that, but that's a small city, literally sitting right across from Waterford now. And then you're going to have another, and look, I understand it's a zoning issue, and I know that people have talked about infrastructure, but if you think about it in the long run, infrastructure is a huge deal when it comes to the zoning, because you take the zone, the 3, what is it, RS3, and you start doubling the amount of houses that you can put on there, because basically what it is you can put more houses on these lots because the lot sizes are smaller, and yeah, their yard's not going to be as big, but you're doubling the amount of houses. So you're going to then take a small city behind us and then make it a little bit smaller city there next to us on a road like Rebel Road. The Rebel Road is a country road. It's a tiny 2-lane road. I know they've already said this. I try to avoid going down Rebel Road because I feel bad for the people that live on that road, that all the traffic that flows through there. And same thing, I have zero clue how on earth they're going to be able to have entrances going into a large neighborhood from that small country road without major road changes to be put in place. And not to mention, these developers, by the way, whenever they're putting in these neighborhoods and road changes have to be made, the taxpayers, we're paying for that. We're paying for those road changes to be made based off of what the developers are doing. So it's coming out of our pockets whenever things have to be changed in order for these massive developers to come in, make a lot of money, and just like leave. So my concerns are, it's dangerous for one. to put in this many houses on a road like Rebel Road, and then also coming through our neighborhood, Waterford, where I have 2 small kids that ride their bikes up the street. It's a quiet, amazing neighborhood, and now I'm seeing it starting to turn into something that I never wanted to turn into. So, I mean, literally, my wife and I were like, hey, if this goes through, we may be putting our house up for sale. And that's something that we should not have to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all I had signed up. Was there someone that didn't? Then come on up. I was going to give everybody opportunity to speak, whether I just went through all of them, so yours didn't make the list for some reason.
Right behind Christina's. My name is Greg Nave. I live at 10361 Goodrich Way, which is in the Waterford Subdivision. 10 years ago, I was, and as she had stated, okay, our home is a Trulin home. Okay, it was the first truly customized home. Okay, we were the very first one, and whenever they started business. It's not the portion of that. It's not the portion of who's building it, whether or not they're nice. It's not the portion of whether or not that this is not to be zoned at all. The question is whether or not it's adequately zoned now. What's the problem of actually having a transition of SFE or SF2 homes from a commercial area? I don't see the problem there. The other portion that people had mentioned is the traffic. Okay, true. We haven't seen that portion. History lesson, empirical knowledge. 10 years ago, I had no problem emptying out onto 64. None whatsoever. I had no problem emptying out on 181 during any time of day. Now, everybody is coming through Rebel Road. That didn't happen at first. I didn't see hardly anybody going through Rebel Road 10 years ago. Now they are. You're going to have people not only cutting through Rebel Road, cutting through Waterford, through that subdivision, to try to cut through traffic that's going to end up backing up from Rebel Road. There's at least 2.5 times more homes going in at Jubilee Farms. The amount of traffic you see now was from the legacy of the 2008 crash, and then it was just a pickup of the already approved, from y'all, the developments that were undeveloped already. This development, I believe, is properly zoned now. If they want to put a subdivision in, under those conditions, we welcome it. It doesn't need to have higher density. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I saw another hand.
So Jason Sanders, Rebel Road, 10209A Rebel Road. So I agree with everything everybody said. I just wanted to point out one more thing that didn't specifically get covered. But I do keep hearing that this is consistent. And the gentleman that's representing the builder had this nice chart. He looked at densities, and if you look at statistics, you can make statistics read whatever you want. You can make densities read whatever you want. Pick and choose your area. If you look at our community, how many houses are on that one piece of property? There's 8 lots on that, touching that one piece of property. You tell me that's consistent with the zoning. You can't do it. It's not. Yeah, I understand you want to make money, sell property. Farmers don't make enough now. I understand that. This is not consistent. And nobody in here can say that's consistent. That was it. The safety about the traffic on the road, we've fought the county for years. Calling sheriffs, calling Daphne police to get the speed checked. They put signs out. They won't put speed bumps. They won't put traffic circles to slow people down and say, well, we can't do that. That's not for the county. But what we can do is we can do appropriate zoning and not let 100 and something houses in an area that's not consistent with it. That's it.
Okay? Thank you, sir. Anybody else that didn't sign up or did and it didn't make it to my packet? Okay. I'm going to let the applicant, did they want to respond to any of the comments?
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman, just a couple things. There was a statement made about the county or the city having to pay for the infrastructure. Any warranted improvements to the road, widening, say for example, Rebel Road, drainage improvements, turn lanes, are required to be funded by the developer. They're never paid for by the state, county, whatever. And then, you know, yes, the chart that I showed was not to mislead anyone. It was simply to show that RSF3, RSF2 are similar except for the area. Everything else was the same, which is why that was highlighted differently. And, you know, I understand everybody would like that to remain a nice open field or have estate lots, but the reality of our economy is, as the gentleman pointed out on one of the other agenda items, construction costs are going up. The infrastructure costs have almost doubled in the last 5 years. Interest rates are climbing. So, you know, we have to make adjustments. We have to ask for these kind of changes in order even to build the same house. The other thing is, you know, the RSF2 that was there, the width of the property that we're working with is kind of controlling our depth. And so that's one of the reasons why we're asking for the RSF3. We still want to do 80-foot lot, same setbacks, that kind of thing. And I understand Adrian's comment about the density calculations, but you know, when you're calculating density, you include the whole site. So we have 1.9 units per acre, just like Waterford. Back when Waterford was done, the requirements for open space weren't what they are now. Daphne has an open space requirement. So that's why we ended up with the same density with a slightly smaller lot. And I'll answer any questions y'all have.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Deal? Okay. Thank you, sir. Only if it's something different, you'll have to come to the mic. And I'll only allow one. I can't let this go on ending.
It's just that if the new development is going to be similar to Waterford, you can put a similar subdivision in there with an RSF2. If it isn't different, then why does it need to be changed? That's my only thought. Okay. It has to be planned to be different. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to be changed.
Okay. All right. Matthew, you have anything else that you need to add or any questions for staff by the Planning Commission? Nothing else? All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing. We'll entertain a motion. And by the way, for you folks, I know the Planning Commission knows this is a recommendation to the County Commission. We're not making the final decision here tonight. This will be a recommendation. The County Commission will hold a public hearing, and they will make the final decision on the zoning. So I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we recommend the County Commission that we deny this particular zoning based on influx of traffic to the area and questions regarding compatibility when it comes to density.
Okay. Mr. Sivers made a motion to deny, make a recommendation to the County Commission to deny the request. Do I have a second?
I'll second that. I don't think the zoning needs to change. I think it's perfect the way it is.
Okay, Mr. Davis has seconded the motion. Any comments or questions?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I can. As we continue to vote, there was a young lady who spoke from the Waterford who said she'd already worked with her realtor. So as they proceed, if there truly is an impact to value, as she was mentioning, which is listed in the bill for us, already approved by the county commission, that just to kind of flesh that out and actually have that data would be an encouragement.
Okay. Any other comments? So the motion is a recommendation of the county commission to deny. It's been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Just remind everybody in here that we still have a busy agenda tonight, so we'd ask that you make your way out quickly and quietly so we can continue on with our meeting. Okay. Oh, okay, I know who it is. Okay. Oh, hey, yeah, listen, let me catch.
Opposition for the text amendment, which I thought that was kind of cool.
Is this a recommendation?
Pardon me?
Amendments is a recommendation to the county commission?
That's correct.
All right. All right, at this point, we're going to open public hearing for case TA-22001. This is an amendment to our zoning ordinance. Matthew?
Commissioners, you've heard this several times. I'm going to skip right to the end of this. This was a published staff report to show you the two changes that have occurred since we last discussed this. Again, all this is online. All this was in the staff reports. The only two changes that have occurred, and there's been lots of proposed amendments. These are the two since we last presented it in last month's work session. Are these two green changes? One is an adjustment to local provisions for Planning District 16. That's the Montrose area. It's regarding the placement of certain accessory structures in kind of oddly configured and accessed lots. That would just be a local provision for their district. And then another thing, this is just a clarification item, that basically say when someone's gotten an approved subdivision, even though that is a major project under our zoning ordinance, they don't have to come and get a commission site plan approval. We've started getting some of that question since you all are doing commission site plan approvals. We don't want to bring them in front of you a third time for that, so this is just clarification language. We're asking that you all recommend approval of this based on what you all have seen in the past. We've addressed all the questions that have come up about some of the parking of RVs. We've made all those adjustments that came up there. And present this forward to the commission.
Any questions for staff?
The only question that I have is we had the proposal for language dealing with the food trucks and food trailers. Is that included in what we're doing, or is that a separate issue?
No, it is. It's one of the changes in here. We have aquaculture, event centers, event venues, food trucks, and standalone vending machines, new special provisions for all of those as part of this.
Can we separate that one out based on what Commissioner Nance had to say?
So here's the thing. We can continue to make some tweaks to that. There were some great points made. Separating it out, it sets it several months back because of the requirements for notice and everything like that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that, but right now there's nothing in the ordinance addressing food trucks. So we feel like this is actually gives us something to work with for food trucks, which we don't have right now.
Yeah.
And we can add some tweaks based on the comments that were made when it goes to the commission. So you could make a motion that we address some of those comments related to food trucks when we bring it to the county commission.
I would like to defer to my colleague, who knows far more about food trucks, et cetera, than I do.
Matthew, I didn't know we needed to make a motion for that, but I'd make a motion.
No. Don't get ahead of us.
I'm sorry.
We're in a public hearing.
I apologize. That's my fault.
We're in a public hearing. We actually have opposition, so I need to give them opportunity to speak. Any other questions for staff? All right. I have Chris Head.
So I don't think I actually have that on here. I just note that it's one of the things we're looking to change. I don't have it in my presentation.
So are we looking to change this, or is the current verbiage already in our planning and zoning?
So what you see in those lined changes for aquaculture is what's being proposed to be added.
Okay, so it is not in our ordinances or planning and zoning currently. Okay, guys, Chris Head, 1237 State Highway 180, owner of Admiral Shellfish Company. For those of you who don't know, it's the furthest western parcels that one can own on Fort Morgan Road. I'll make this short and sweet. I'm tired. I know y'all are too. So I sat down with Matthew and his crew June of 2021, and here we are 11 months later talking about this. And I actually approached the planning and zoning and asked them to make a definition for aquaculture within Baldwin County. Aquaculture, for those of you who don't know, is the rearing of aquatic species, and some might say also aquatic plants for food. That's actually hydroponics. With that being said, I'm here tonight to say we kind of missed the mark. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I appreciate the effort, but we did, because there is no similar seafood industry to aquaculture. Aquaculture is growing a product in the water and then harvesting. Okay, so whenever I approached the planning and zoning, I requested that we make a definition, and I'll go ahead and say also, I believe I'm zone B2 Neighborhood Business District. So I wanted it to be on the table of permitted uses as a permitted use for the business district, because my neighbor at the time was opposed to the eyesore. What she didn't know is there was nothing she could do about what was going on in the actual water. There was no harvest on land. There is no harvest on land. It's simply walking across land. All the harvest, for those of you who don't know, actually occurs in the water, because we have very stringent guidelines set forth by ADPH. So with that being said, I've offered to sit down with the planning and zoning crew on multiple occasions, countless emails and phone calls. Most of the time I get nothing in return. I do get occasional, hey, we're working on it. I appreciate that, and I know it's a difficult topic to learn about. That's why I've offered some expertise to this, and then I would like everybody to come out to the farm, planning and zoning. Come out and see what an oyster operation looks like, because there is no similar industry. When I offered definition for shellfish aquaculture, I excluded fish aquaculture, because fish aquaculture produces what they call effluent. Those of you who don't know, most of the time it's high in nitrogen and phosphorus and other potential harmful implements that could affect water quality. Oyster aquaculture does nothing but benefit the state waters and the federal waters. I have the backing of Director Bannon and Commissioner Blankenship, and I contacted Commissioner Gruber about a private public partnership that we just applied for through Restore to restore our living shore, or create a living shoreline along our beachfront. So again, I appreciate the effort that this group put out there, but we kind of missed our mark. So that's it.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have no one else signed. Anybody else want to speak to the zoning amendment? They didn't sign up. All right.
There was one other individual we heard wanted to speak on the local provisions for District 15, Bell Forest. If you're okay with that,
yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Hi there, I'm Kelly Stewart. I forgot to tell you my address earlier. I didn't know if that was, I'm at 10401 Goodrich Way in Bell Forest. And we wanted to, as Bell Forest, as a community, to try to clarify or solidify what's it called? The local provision for District 15 and make an amendment to that. And somehow make it state RSFE or RSF1 in our community, and take out the portion that says affecting the property values, so that that doesn't end up being something for you guys to have to kind of jump through a hoop, or us. And I don't know what else I need to say. I've never done this before, so is that?
All right, thank you. So I think what you're asking then is for us to make that, whether we want to make that revision to basically remove that statement relative to property values, impact of property.
And then just the RSFE and RSF1.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll take that into consideration then.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question real quickly? Because this gets a little tricky since it's going to take place between this meeting and the next, the county commission meeting. Would you all be okay if it said RSFE, RSF1, and RSF2, given the amount of RSF2 that's there? Or, you know, I'm gonna draft what you asked me to draft.
So, really, I think in here it said RSFE and RSF1. There's a lot of RSF2 already there. I don't know the answer to that, besides that's what.
So as far as I'm concerned, I have my marching orders for RSFE and RSF1. And I will move forward with that if that's what y'all make a motion to honor that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Yes, sir. Quickly. We still have a lot to do.
I do not envy you. I forgot to add that there's only a half a dozen in Baldwin County oyster farms. There might be a dozen. In fact, I think there's actually 13 throughout the state that are commercial oyster farms, and most occur behind a residential parcel. So keep that in consideration whenever you're going through and limiting what one can do. The county doesn't control waters of the state or waters of the U.S., which is done by the Corps. It's the individual has to own the property. So.
Okay. All right, Matthew.
So my recommendation on that is that we just strike the aquaculture language. It can be a very industrial-ish type use depending on how they harvest it and what type of implements they set up on shore. We spent quite a bit of time researching it. There's not a lot of great zoning information out there, but we did look at some really high quality literature on this topic. Mr. Head is the only one who has brought this to our attention, and he did bring it to our attention over and over and over again. So we said, we'll put in the research, we'll draft the language. I realize he doesn't like it now. I'm okay just saying, well, let's strike this language and we'll worry about it if it becomes a bigger issue down the road. So I just want to let you know we're okay with that.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, just one more quick question. On the PDF page 141 and 149 specifically, under the parking allowances and RV occupancy, particularly when folks are building a new house, I do find it interesting that on both of those sections, it requires that the vehicle be road ready, but it also has to be properly permitted and attached to the properly permitted sewage of the construction site. How can it be both?
Great question. So like a professional RV site at an RV park, they either have two options. One is some type of like separate deposit station for the sewer where they'll wheel it to it. And we're basically saying that's not acceptable. You already have to have your septic tank installed, and you need to be going right into that septic tank because we want to make sure you're not wheeling it to your backyard and dumping it in the backyard. So it's only attached in the sense that the sewer is going into some type of facility designed to accept that sewer, but it's not attached in the way that a permanent dwelling would be.
Okay. Any other questions?
Good question.
Okay. So now it's time for you, Mr. Nance, and you need
Well,
to,
I had a question. Matthew, do you need a motion to strike the language?
Motion to strike the language, add some of the items regarding food trucks, and to, if y'all wish, to strike the language regarding home values from the District 15 local provision.
I have a question about that one. Appreciate that you said it, and that was why I threw that back, because that's really the caveat for that zoning denial. But on whose authority, I mean, representative of the entire neighborhood, how do you verify, how do we verify that we just strike that off the single opinion, that it's, everyone's in agreement in the Bell Force? Because they have a representative group. Do they need to submit to you from that group that before we just arbitrarily do that?
So, you know, this is the way these things happen. Someone from their community says this is what the community desires, and then there's a public hearing. So there will be a public hearing before the county commission, and I would encourage you to make sure there's a lot of emails or whatever that come in to just verify that that is the will of the community for that.
Okay.
And you can note in your motion that on the basis that that is the desire of the community.
I hope someone's writing down what this motion says. So make a motion to strike the language in the Bill Forest Amendment, I think it's something 15, and recommend that they bring data and information to the county commission to support that amendment. Make an amendment to strike language for oyster farming, or however we want to post that, and then make a motion that you, or part of the motion, just you need to look at food trucks. There's 3 types, and you need to make sure that you delineate all 3. So there are trailers that are actually grounded, hooked to sewer, done other things. There's trailers that come in, come out, and then there are food trucks that are fully motorized. And if you look at different municipalities, those exist that you can look at, but they're all done completely differently.
Okay.
So that's my motion.
so your motion is you're recommending
Yes.
approval of the amendments to the county commissions
Yes.
with these conditions.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Mr. Nance has made that motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Bill?
Second.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion? I hope. Any questions or comments? Matthew, you good with the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so motion's approved. All right, we're going to keep moving. We've got a couple of old business items. The first one is case number Z-19009, Seaglade at St. Andrews Bay. This is an extension request, PRD extension request on the agenda.
Good evening, Ashley Campbell, Natural Resource Planner. I'm here tonight with case Z-19009, Seaglade at St. Andrews Bay, PRD extension request. This is a 1-year extension request for the PRD. This is the second and last one they can ask for. We're just going to go through this pretty fast. This is the information. This has been before you quite a bit. It has a 6-year history with planning and zoning, and we'll hop right into the history once you look over this brief description of the site. The history here, in 2017, this site was rezoned from RSF1 to RSF4, and you see the approval date. In 2019, there was another rezoning as a part of a PRD approval from, with the RSF1 and RSF4 into a PRD. In 2020, a preliminary plat application was received that was not complete. And in 2021, they did ask for their first extension of the PRD request, and it was granted on May 6, 2021, and it expires tomorrow. In 2021, they also submitted the preliminary plat development permit to the Planning Commission for the March 4th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, and it was tabled due to many issues, as you can see listed right below. Also in 2021, they applied for a PUD to address some of the issues from the preliminary plat issues, and due to a lack of communication, it was administratively denied because we did not have communications within 60 days. So just a couple real brief things. This is allowed under our ordinance. You can apply for your second one-year extension, so this is allowed. The owners did submit, the applicant's engineer GMC submitted a request for the extension. A couple notes to make is that if this extension is granted, the proposed development must conform to the zoning ordinance in place at the time the extension is granted. And currently, the zoning ordinance was approved September 21st, 2021. Another quick note was it can only be granted upon a demonstration to the satisfaction of the county that the need for the extension resulted from an event that the developer could not have anticipated or controlled, which event or effects makes the commencement or continuation impossible or impractical. We did receive a letter that was not documented in that letter, but tonight the applicant is here to discuss those issues. This is just a quick summary of what we just went through. One of the comments was we have 2 applications in-house currently. One has been denied administratively, so we have the preliminary plat still sitting there tabled. The applicant has asked to withdraw both of those, and then with that withdrawal, we'll present the project brand new with the new applications. With that, we have recommended approval for this site. So on May 3rd, 2022, the applicant agreed to withdraw subdivision case S200014. Further, case number PUD 21000002 has been administratively denied due to submission of a deficient application. As a result, staff will await resubmission of the subdivision as well as the PUD, and therefore we do recommend this second and last one-year PRD extension to be approved.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
Was this shared with the Fort Morgan group, their advisory board for the extension or approval?
I did not.
Well, I was on the board when we tabled it before. I know Fort Morgan wasn't on board, and they were quite adamant here in the audience. So,
all right, we got to break the comment.
Well, I was just curious how they felt. If they
yeah, I need to get, we don't want to get an answer to it, but.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, and then we'll have the applicant come up here as well. If he wants to speak, he needs to speak in the microphone.
My question was just the advisory board in Fort Morgan, were they asked about the approval or the extension and how they felt?
I don't believe they were. This is an administrative approval. There's no public hearing form or anything like that. It's allowed by right as long as they provide a basis for it. And initially, they didn't provide anything. We said, well, our recommendation is going to be denial, but then they came back with a basis. All
right. So can the applicant come up and? Thank you. Does the applicant want to speak to? All right. Does anybody have a question for that? All right. Good. All right. Any other questions? All right. If not, entertain a motion. Mr. Davis made a motion to approve the extension.
I'll second it.
Mr. Nance has seconded the motion. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next case is case P-15001, Nehemiah property, Little Point Clear.
Okay, that's right. Sorry. All right, thank you, commissioners. We don't really have much in the way of a formal presentation here. We sent you the pictures that we looked at that were from that site visit on May 3rd. I am going to plug something in real quickly just to remind everybody what those violations were. when we met on our, I believe it was March 23rd. You know what? I'm just going to read these to you. I got a new laptop that no longer has an HDMI port. Okay, so the first item was the reconstruction of disallowed decks. You might remember there was a south deck. The applicant has conceded to removing that south deck. It hasn't been done yet, but they've agreed to do that. There was a question about the artificial turf behind the property. We went and looked at that, Code Enforcement Officer Robert Brown, and they pulled that up, and it does appear to be completely fill material, no actual hard surface, and then it just has artificial turf on top, and so arguably that does not meet the requirements of the definition of a deck, and so we don't plan to pursue that item further. So that was under number 1, the reconstruction of the disallowed decks. Number 2 was the failure to maintain required off-street parking. The August 3rd, 2017 item required them to have those 11 spaces that meant the dimensions of the ordinance. There were 2 spaces remaining when we last met on this that still did not meet the dimensions of the ordinance, and they have since removed some fencing there and some landscaping, and we do believe that the 11 spaces do meet the dimensional requirements of the ordinance now, so arguably that satisfies number 2. The remaining 5 items, failure to permanently reserve required off-street parking spaces, well, I'll take them one at a time. Failure to permanently reserve required off-street parking spaces. There has been nothing other than proposals to resolve item number 3. There are currently, on our site visit the other day, there was a tent in those required spaces. There are also palm trees that block access to some of those spaces. Failure to provide safe access to required parking, that follows very much along those same lines. You just can't back in and out of all 11 of those spaces. Failure to provide the planning director proof of agreement for off-site parking. We've been told several times again that it does exist, but it still has not been delivered to our office. Failure to obtain proper permits for canopies, awnings, and fences. There has been an application to the Architectural Review Board. Keep in mind that's a totally different board. It is administered by our Planning and Zoning Department, but getting those approvals does not resolve these zoning violations because they have a conditional use approval that needs to be amended to add those structures. And then increased intensity of the event venue site. Our latest communication from the applicant on that is essentially they don't think the intensity of the use is essentially, as I understand it, relevant to the question, and they don't seem to think that that needs to be resolved. So here's, we think maybe the best effort to move forward. All we're asking is that they comply with the August 3rd, 2017 conditional use approval. We're not asking them to do anything special other than comply with what was approved. So I think maybe my recommendation tonight would be that we give them 120 days to comply with that, or their approval is automatically revoked. And they're welcome to come with any other applications or amendments or proposals or pursue variances, anything they want to in that 120 days. But 120 days, if they have not complied with those items, then their conditional use is automatically revoked. That would be one option, and I've discussed that with legal counsel as an option in this case. So that's really all I have, unless you have any other specific questions on this case.
Okay, any questions for staff?
Matthew, the only question that I would have is about an automatic revocation at the end of whether it's 120 days or some other time period. Does that not run the risk of legal action as to them feeling that they did respond or they did do the things we thought, but we disagree? Is there a better way to handle that, I guess is the right question.
So if we look at 120 days from today is September 3rd, 2022. And we should be having a planning commission meeting on September 1st, 2022. So my intent would be to give you a report on September 1st, 2022 as to the status of that, and let you know if, in our opinion, and you know, probably would ask you to kind of confirm that in the form of a motion at that meeting. I'll have to discuss that with legal counsel, but in other words, there are going to be several opportunities for y'all to continue to evaluate this along the way.
Matthew, I have a question. The first two were fine. The decks done, the parking spaces are into compliance, I'm assuming. The third, the removing of let's say the permanently reserving off-street parking. I mean, when I look at that, or I hear that, we had this case a couple weeks ago in regards to some condominiums, and they have to have certain number of spaces, and, you know, those spaces, I mean, unless they go and get their tents, the conditional use approval for a tent, I would assume for each event, if they need a tent, I mean, those, the tent that's, say, on site now in those 11 required parking spots, I mean, that will be disallowed.
That's correct.
Okay, that's one, and that falls in the same line with safe access to parking. I mean, those 11 spots, unless it's conditional use approval, those 11 spots are open at all times.
Available for a patron to park.
That seems like that's one of the big hiccup items I just wanted to be clear on.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay. So we have someone speak for the applicant, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Richard Davis, on behalf of Little Point Clear. And Matthew and I have had a lot of communication, and we have made progress. I appreciate the gentleman pointing out that, well, items 1 and 2, we seem to be okay with those items, and then jump to number 3. But I'll point out, just for example, that I think if I have this correct, the March 2nd notice violation, I hate to use the word accused, but alleged that the rear deck was in violation. And we didn't really talk about violations. Instead, we talked about process. But then after the county went out and looked and pulled up the turf that was there, they said, well, no, that really isn't a violation. And I point that out to say that just because, and look, I have great respect for Matthew, but just because his March 2nd letter says something is a violation doesn't mean it's a violation. And he referred to a November 17 letter saying that what the staff wants to happen is for the owner just to get in compliance with those November 2017 conditions. And we are not prepared to say that we aren't in compliance with those conditions. In fact, I have a group prepared here tonight. Now, we're not going there. Everybody's tired. I'm not trying to make this acrimonious. But I want to be clear about something. We have 2 letters from Vince Jackson dated 2018 after this letter setting forth our conditions. One to a neighbor and one to the county that says we're in compliance. So it's not quite that simple. But, it's a huge but, and I hope this shows this spirit. As mentioned, we have made the changes to be sure there are 11 parking spaces there that meet specifications. And we will, and I think the 120 days allows this, we will apply for an amendment to the zoning. And Matthew, you're going to have to help me on this. Does that, if we apply for an amendment to the conditional use, does that go all the way to the county commission, or that in itself, can that stay just at the planning commission level? I'm sorry.
No, it's just by the planning commission.
Okay, just by the planning commission. So my hope is that y'all tell me tonight, Richard, you better have an application in here for an amendment to this conditional use. And I think we will. I think we have some good solutions. And I think everybody in the building will be pleased that with the solutions that we put before you, and that you're going to find that that's better than where we are now. But I just want to be so careful that we don't allow the misimpression to form. I mean, Matthew asked for a survey, and we went out and surveyed the property and found that the county survey they'd been relying on was a couple of feet off. So it's just not quite as simple. But fortunately, my client wants to avoid all of that, and instead just come up with solutions that at least meet the spirit and probably go farther than the 2017 letters. We have here tonight, I could name a dozen people we have here tonight, talk about the economic impact, letters, but the most important one is Tom O'Hara, who represented this owner, a lawyer just a year behind me in law school, represented the owner back in these dealings in 2017, where he put forth letter after letter after letter from leaders in this community, from the city of Fairhope, and these Vince Jackson letters. So it's just not as cut and dried as Matthew would have, but I hope we can avoid all that. So I hope that where we end up is that you all say, we expect you to be back on the agenda by whatever that September date is. And Davis, if you don't have an application for an amendment, or you and Matthew hadn't resolved this, then you're busted. But I can't be in a position where it's just automatic that our approval is revoked. And if Matthew says fair enough, then I think we're okay.
I'm going to clarify some things you said, but.
All right, but I do have Tom O'Hara, who's been in this podium before with you all.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tom O'Hara. I have a law practice in Old Town Daphne, 1307 Main Street, right next to Commissioner on the end there. I was here in 2007 when these same issues came up. And I, like Richard, had many discussions and conversations with Vince Jackson, the predecessor in Matthew's position. And we have covered these issues. The main issue that came up was the decking. Now, they call it decking, but it's really boardwalk, and most of it can't even be seen from the street. But Tricia and Rob, we cooperated through the whole process. And I agree, you know, I heard earlier today you said the process works. I thought the process worked in 2017. And that was the second conditional use approval. And these issues about increased intensity and use came up, and the traffic that was created. I submitted letters from 3 different Baldwin County Sheriff Department deputies who all said that The traffic management was superb during these events. I hope that's in your record and you've kept that. I submitted probably 25 letters overall from Rodney Pilot, from Kenny King, who's Kenny McLean, who's got his family office across the street, who said that the eyesore that was there before, this dilapidated building, and what is there now with Little Point Clear was an amazing transition. Tricia and Rob have poured their heart and soul into this business, their life savings, and they're running a first-class operation. And if you look at these letters from the Sheriff's Department, they say that there isn't a safety hazard, that traffic management has always been kept professional, even on nights when the Grand Hotel had events going on and there were graduations and proms. It didn't create traffic congestion on Scenic 98. So I just want to clarify one issue. At the conclusion in 2017, Vince Jackson sent me a letter saying that he had reviewed the survey that we submitted related to the decking issues and that everything was in compliance with the ordinances, and the staff's recommendation was that the conditional use permit be reapproved, and it was. The south deck was on that survey. That was part of the give and take process that we went through. Tricia and Rob removed 5 inches from the boardwalk on the north side of their property, 5 inches behind a fence that no one sees, to cooperate with the commission and with the staff at that time. They cut the back deck away from the rear fence where the artificial turf is now, Matthew, that you cited as a violation. Well, that deck was cut in compliance with what the former commission and its staff recommended. The solution was cut off the deck and put down that AstroTurf under it. So what we were, I guess, cited for, and you know, I'm just being brought back into this, was something that we did to comply with requests that had been made by the commission and the staff before, and so I don't know why it's gotten again to this point, but I do want to say that back in 2017, Rob and Tricia cooperated and tried to work out a reasonable solution to this, but the issue with that south deck, I mean, it was resolved back in 2017, and I believe we submitted that letter from July 18th, 2018. I think part of the problem is that the files, I've heard the files that y'all have may not be complete. And the survey that we submitted that was done by the county to show that we were in compliance with the 2017 approval of that conditional use permit. So I hope that you will look at the letters from pillars of the community, not in Point Clear, from the sheriff's deputies. The notion that this is a traffic hazard and a safety issue is not jive with everything that was done and accepted in 2017. The intensity of use hasn't increased, and neither has any of the traffic issues. The palm tree, I think, that has been cited as a problem was on that survey. It's been there a long time, same as that south deck. So thank you for your time, and just want to say that I'm sure Trish and Rob will continue to cooperate reasonably, but I do think it's unfair to go back and rehash issues that were decided by the commission before you and the staff of the commission. Thank you.
Okay, Matthew.
I don't want to burn up any of y'all's time, but I do want y'all to know that I have reviewed every one of Vince's emails since that time. I've spoken with Vince, and I'll just tell you that cooperation is the last word that's going to be used to describe what took place from the approval on August 3rd, 2017 until a whole year it took to get that survey. And then Vince finally did send a letter, and he conceded on the phone. He said it was so painful to get this from them that he said, I don't know how thoroughly I reviewed what they ultimately gave me when I sent that letter out. So they've conceded that clearly there was a requirement that south deck be removed, and it hasn't been removed, and they're conceding to remove that now. But I don't want to get hung up on the decks because we consider that to really be the minor issue here. And the bigger issue revolves around use, safety, and access and increase in intensity. So you all know our recommendation. I don't dispute that they've created something beautiful there. Unfortunately, that's not what I get to take in account in this process.
Matthew, I had a question for you as far as what you had a recommendation of 120 days, but from what I've heard from that they're going to apply or submit an amendment, look for changes from the Board of Adjustments, and go through that whole process. And so we should look towards seeing that at the time we come back before the board. So in reality, the 120-day to comply, they're saying they're not going to comply. And so they're going to give you an application, if I understand that correctly. So you've made a recommendation. Do you still stand with your recommendation based on that they're going to be applying for that? Or should we just anticipate that, and then you're going to make a recommendation and we should accept that? It's kind of very circular.
So my thought is, they've actually, from what they've presented to us so far, there's been very little real work that's been done towards submitting any type of application. I sent y'all the email I forwarded to their attorney in April following a meeting we had with them explaining those steps. It would start with a pre-app meeting. I fully expected they would have scheduled a pre-app meeting by now. None has been scheduled. And then that pre-app meeting would lead to a commission site plan approval. In that pre-app meeting, we'd look through their proposal and identify any potential variances that would be required, and I expect that there's going to be a whole slew of variances required. And so then they would go to the Board of Adjustments and try to get those variances approved. And then they would come back to you with those approved variances with a commission site plan approval at a meeting like this. I think that can be done in 120 days if there's a motivated applicant. Given the current trajectory, I do agree. I don't know if 120 days is going to result in us having a complete application for review.
Matthew, can you read at our last meeting what this commission voted on? Read from the minutes what we gave the applicant to do. Do you mind reading that back to us just so that we can refresh our memory?
And Matthew, while you're looking for that, that's my overarching concern, is that if there's no amended proposal within the next 120 days, at the end of 120 days, we're going to be back here again arguing over whether or not they're in compliance by whose definition of compliance we're attributing it to, and that's, I feel like we're kicking the can down the road.
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to ask Mr. Davis a question at this point?
Sure.
Mr. Davis, when we had the special call meeting and the discussion about all of that, we were assured that there was a some kind of a lease or agreement on the property, on the parking in the lot next door to the north of the facility. We have gotten the message yesterday from Matthew and tonight that that has not been produced, although everybody seems to say that it is. Why has that not been produced in 6 weeks?
Well, fair question. Of course, it's a fair question. And I need to turn to my client, because is that all right, sir? Steve, is that okay if I? Is it? We're not playing games with this. I know it sounds like we are. We're not. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Rob Littleton. I live at 302 Poplar Place with my wife, Tricia. Here is the parking lease that we gave the county back in 2017. It's for 5 years. It's from Rob Littleton to Tricia Niemeyer. I bought a lot on Sweetwater Circle. We can park 50 cars up there, and we use that for parking. So here's the lease that Vince Jackson was talking about that we gave him. It's in their file. They've just lost the file.
Well, if you have a copy of the lease, why don't you put it in his hand right now? Thank you.
And this is not a lease for the property to the north. This is a lease for a property way down the road. Oh. It's not even the lease that...
No, well, I was talking about the property next door.
But that was the lease. That's the lease that Vince Jackson was talking about. Here's the lease on the Ford property next door.
On the property just to the north of Little Point Clear?
Yep.
I mean, that's the lease we've been looking for, isn't it?
No, they were looking for that lease right there that they've had all this time.
I'll just say, when I spoke with Vince Jackson, he said this lease was never delivered to our department, but I mean, it was certainly never emailed. We have all his emails, but again,
well, my question is actually not about the lease on a piece of property down the road. My question is, when we talked on 6 weeks ago, the discussion was that you had a lease on the property immediately north of Little Point Clear. And the information that has been shared with us over the last 24 hours has been that has not been received by the Planning and Zoning Department. And I just want to know why it took 6 weeks and we still don't have the lease that solves the problem.
Yeah, I don't know why either, sir. I don't know why.
Well, as chairman, I've been quiet on this. I'm going to go ahead and speak to this so I get my view out there now, because these guys will make the motion. But this is the frustration, Mr. Davis, that we're going through, and I think that's where Mr. Paget was going to earlier. We had a meeting on this where we said by tonight we were going to have answers to these questions, and we're getting to the meeting tonight and being told we didn't even have one of the most simple items, and now it gets to us right here. And I think that goes to what Matthew's talking about. We're giving 120 days, but, what we've seen up to this point, you say what you're going to do, but we don't have any guarantee that will happen. So I think you have to put an end date to it and hope that you do accomplish that. But the frustration I think we're all feeling here is that we've been going through this for a long time now, and things just don't seem to be moving in the right direction. I don't see where we're much further along. I'm like everybody else. The deck seems to be a minor thing to me that seems to be have been taken care of. But these other issues, which we not seem to be talking about, seem to be issues to me. And the parking thing, Mr. Davis, you brought up, that's a fairly easy thing. Somebody can go out and take measurements really quick to find out if the access is legit. That's not a complicated thing. But the access easement, I'm glad we'll review it and make sure it's right, but it just seems it's coming in awful late. And the intensity of the use, I think, is a big question. I don't think there's anybody here that denies the success of the business and the validity of the business. That's not the question. But I dare say that if somebody brought to us an agenda item for business like this, with what is happening right now, we would not approve that. It's something that has developed over time, and now we're being asked, from my view, because I wasn't here in this previous, but it seems like we're being asked now to accept what has transpired over time. And I just don't know. These wedding venues have become an issue. I'm aware of another one in a small town where they have no parking, absolutely zero, and they want to put a venue in the middle of town. It makes no sense to me. These things are very successful, but there's a right place for them and a wrong place. And no disrespect to our sheriffs, but I know for a fact on Scenic Highway 98 with tents right out by the road, that's not they may not have had any cases yet, but that cannot be a safe situation. And I don't know that we would ever approve a situation like that if it was a new submittal to us on any site adjacent to a major highway like that. So you guys can answer however you like to my questions, but I'm with Matthew on the 120 days.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question since Mr. Davis is at the podium. Just to be clear, Mr. Davis, are we to expect an amended conditional use application at some point in the next, for instance, 120 days? Did I hear you correctly?
That's what you heard, sir.
Okay.
And then I heard Matthew talk about variance. So I'm going to need some guidance over the package of what our submittal should be. And should our submittal be an application to amend the CUP? Should it be a request for a variance? Or should it be some combination of those? And I'm going to need some guidance on what that'll be. But I will tell you, and Mr. Chairman, I see your frustration. We will have our applications, whatever we need to apply for, within 60 days. And then my proposal is that this panel says whatever if you deny our application, then you've denied it. We got to figure out what we do. If the board has to tell us grant or denies a variance, then we look at it then. But at least we don't walk out of here thinking, my gosh, we let him get away with 4 months. I'm not looking for 4 months. I was surprised, frankly, when he suggested that.
I would encourage you to get on Matthew's calendar before you leave the building tonight. If we vote on this 120 days, so he's not chasing you. So it is your burden at this point to satisfy what Matthew needs so that we can progress and get through. Because we had a special meeting, we spent 3 hours going over this. We're now going to go through another hour of the same issue. So I would just really encourage you, Matthew's got a calendar. Before you leave, sit down and get on it and be obligated to whatever he tells you. So.
Fair point, and we're ready. Whenever he's ready to meet, we'll meet. Look, you all don't know me personally. Steve does, and I don't mess around with these things, and I'm embarrassed as I listen to myself respond to your questions. So you're just going to have to give me this chance to bring back to you what I think you want and what I think you'll be pleased with.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Davis, just to clarify my point was not my concern over the parking lease. It was exactly what the chairman said, which is the frustration. If you can't deliver a parking lease in 6 weeks, why do we have any confidence that you can deliver whatever is necessary moving forward? That was the point I was intending to make, just to clarify the record.
Matthew, were you successful in finding the minutes so you can read back what the expectations were?
Yes, sir. So the motion was made by Mr. Bill Booher, postponed for reconsideration at the May 5th, 2022 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The applicant is to consult with Planning and Zoning staff and resolve or propose a plan to resolve all 7 of the apparent violations listed in the violation letter. Applicant shall reappear before the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 5th, 2022 to evaluate resolution progress and or present a plan for resolving remaining apparent violations.
and may I respond to that? The words were apparent violations, and then we had the words submit a plan. And our plan, Matthew's plan was slightly different than ours, but our plan was, and we've addressed the decks, our plan was to submit to this board, to the Planning Commission, the request for the approvals that I think exceed the spirit of the 2017 approval, that exceed the spirit, not only the technical requirements, but makes the Planning Commission think, you know, we've done right by this. And everybody in the room recognizes that these wedding venues have become popular, and the Planning Commission, with being able to look back at what was required in 2017, but now look at what we're walking out of in 2022, it's a better situation. And we can do all that without saying, without pulling out exhibits A and B from the 2018 letters. Let us work on it. And I thought the point tonight was to present a plan.
Mr. Davis, I have one thing to add.
Yes, sir.
Back on March 22nd, when we met over special meeting, all of us there, the public, everybody, we made there was a resolve made, or we passed, there were 7 items brought up, 7. It's in a list format. I mean, 2 have been resolved, and I'm not hearing any plan on items 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, and that's what we're supposed to be hearing tonight. I'm getting confirmation that items 1 and 2 are resolved, but I mean, I guess I'm ready to hear what we're going to do on item 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And that's what we're supposed to be hearing tonight. And I'm not hearing anything about our plan for the next 5 items.
Then I've not been clear enough, and that's my fault.
I think that's what we're supposed to be hearing tonight.
So as to items 3 through 6, our plan is to ask this commission to amend our approval to allow the parking to be provided on the adjacent property, and that we would provide more parking spaces than were required in the 2017 approval, which is why I say that works and we come back with a better situation than we have today.
I think that's, and Matthew, you may clarify this, but it seems like that's 2 different topics. We're dealing with what was approved in 2017, and that's what we need to be coming into compliance with. Now, if we need to go make a whole nother this or that or whatever else, that seems like 2 different topics. You want to do something more and better, that's wonderful, but I think the issue at hand is coming into compliance with what we have approved, or what was approved in 2017. And then let's get into compliance with today, and then you can, maybe deal with the future, and that, Matthew, that might be a staff question.
Well, today, we have 11 reserved parking spaces. And those are there, and any of us, as soon as the sun comes up, can drive and look at those. Those are in place. The problem is that when the receptions spill into that area, and our way of addressing that is to set up a better parking situation on the property to the north adjacent. And as part of that, to ask the commission to let the CUP be modified to allow these receptions to spill into where those 11 spaces are now. And anything else just seems, that's a good solution. And that's a solution that we can bring in a short timetable. We couldn't do it between when we were here last and tonight, but we can do it. And that's just a better solution. And I'm not sure why the commission would say, well, you haven't done it yet, so we're going to shut you down.
That seems to me personally, I'm general public or average citizen, that's not permanently reserved parking on site. That's permanently reserved next door or a mile down the road or in the next town. But this site, for the functions there or the deliveries there or the pickups or drop-offs or dropping off somebody physically handicapped, I don't think that's our solution. And like I said, and this is just number 3, that seems like a problem that they're not reserved because there's a tent in the way. Those spaces seem to be needing to be accessed at all times, as maybe was designed or approved. That's just one.
But if we concede, just respectfully, if we concede that because we spill into the 11 spaces, that's contrary to the approval that we have. Let's concede that for a minute. But then we come back to this panel and show that we have set up a better parking situation, a safer parking situation that is next door, then that may overall be better than for the commission, for the public, for the owner, maybe a better situation than where we were 5 years ago. And that's what we're asking, is for the opportunity to change, to ask the commission, to give the commission a chance to, y'all know what I'm saying. I'm just saying the same thing again.
Okay, so I'm going to move this along. I think I see now this is your plan, which we didn't have at the beginning when we were starting all these conversations.
No one allowed me to speak.
Well, I thought Mr. Davis was representing you, so I apologize. So that's the reason I thought this would have been what we were looking for at the beginning.
It has been the director's.
So, as I understand it, this is the plan that you're proposing to resolve this, but I'm going to go with, personally, I would still stick with Matthew's recommendation. There needs to be a time frame for which these items still have to be met. And whether it's 120 days, you guys will have to make that decision.
And I want to clarify that our expectation is not 120 days to submit an application.
I agree.
It's 120 days for resolution.
Yep.
And are we to still assume that all of these, because they were noted as apparent violations, are violations? Because there is no basis for the violation of increased intensity. There's no basis whatsoever. No one even knows. No one's asked me.
That's fine. And we offered that they could resolve that by providing us a letter.
There's no resolution. We're not in violation.
We offered as a resolution that they would commit to limiting their events to 120 attendees, and that we would accept that as a resolution. And so that's going to be another great one. It sounds like we're going to be able to check off that list.
That information has not been made available to me any more than you made the leases available to the commission that have been in the files. When you gentlemen asked for those leases, I'm sitting there just aghast that you don't have those leases. That information has been available. I don't know why you never had it. We're not holding back anything. I have done everything for 6 years to comply. When I hear about intensity, when I hear about weddings, I didn't open this up in a neighborhood in Robertsdale or Loxley. I am a footstep from the Grand Hotel, an autograph hotel, where there's more events and weddings and doings. So what we do is very orchestrated. The situational awareness is, and execution is beyond. You see these pictures. 7 is not a violation. There is no increased intensity. It's, if anything, we have diminished what we do. We offer smaller packages. If you'll look on our website now, we have one that's called micro weddings, 30 or less. If you look on, we have another one that's called Simply Married, 60 and less. So I'm not pretending to be Ocala or the Gulf State Park. I mean, there's no increased intensity. For the question of access, for the sake of safety, I coordinated with the engineer whose suggestion was the artificial turf median out front to prohibit access to all of that, deliberately for safety. Now, if I'm a betting man and I'm going to be looking for safety, am I going to go to the right-of-way highway department, or am I going to planning and zoning? I went straight to the highway department, and that was engineered, permitted. And when you think about it, people don't generally turn around in grass. And you see just a few of the pictures that I presented here. It was an enormous problem that I had no idea when we bought the property, but people are turning around and parking and doing. It was horrible. So what we did, yes, it did make pulling into those pinned, designated, surveyed, approved parking spaces more difficult. That's the goal. We don't use them. We need it to be safe. And it was done deliberately and engineered by the county. It wasn't me just pulling, out of my, deciding to make everything green and pretty. It was done deliberately. There's an email from the county regarding that deliberately. Yes, sir.
I don't know about everybody else. I think we're ready to move on with the motion. I think we've heard what we need to hear. We need to just make a decision. Matthew, you got anything else you need to add?
I just wanted to know that we have them scheduled for a pre-application meeting on June 8th at 10 a.m. So I just want the record to reflect that we took the effort to go ahead and just schedule them for a pre-application meeting since we haven't received a request. So I would just ask Mr. Davis and his team to note that down, and
just please know we rely heavily on our staff because they're the go-between you and us.
Understand.
So when we asked in the last meeting for things to be done, we were hoping Matthew was going to give us, and here we come tonight. So I hope you hear our frustration because we're on the other end without information.
And I totally understand.
All we're asking is for that communication between y'all and staff take place so that these issues get resolved.
When we worked through this in 2017 with Vince Jackson, we didn't have these issues. You had the files, you had the communication, you had the surveys, you had everything. I don't know why you don't have it.
Okay. Anybody have any other? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you. Michael Linder, representing Art Dias, who is the next-door neighbor to this facility. I just want to note that at the last hearing, Mr. Littleton and if I understand what Ms. Niemeyer just said here, they just both admitted they actually deny access to the 11 sites that are supposed to be parking there. And what everybody, frankly, in the room knows is that that parking area is being used as a literal expansion of the facility well beyond any use it was ever conditionally use permitted for or anything. So again, and notwithstanding what we just heard, my client would tell you, and I believe if we did discovery on this in a lawsuit, we would find out that there are weekly events that well exceed 125 people at this site. This has been a gradual process where this facility has been expanded here and there. I would like to point out that the 2017 conditional use amendment we're talking about, that had to happen because the original permitting on this was done in 2015, and they expanded the use beyond what was originally permitted, and this commission gave them permission to expand it a bit. That has been a continual process over the years. That is our experience of this. So we'd just like to add that. If there are, in fact, variances that have to be gotten, and again, I'll defer to Matthew on whether any zoning variances actually have to be obtained. By law, a zoning variance cannot be given for a self-created situation. And this is entirely self-created. This has all been their act, so it's basically them saying, well, we've done up the property like this, so now we need a variance. You cannot, by law, do that. So my opinion there would be that if variances are necessary, this is dead in the water as a matter of law. But that's for something down the road. You've heard a lot about, the facility's pretty. It was an eyesore before. Everybody likes the business is good. That's great, but that's completely irrelevant to what we're doing here. And you're going to run into legal problems down the road, not necessarily in this case, but with other cases, when people who have gotten, by the grace of this commission, permission, conditional use permits, whatever, to do things, and then they expand their use and you try to come down on them, and they're going to turn around and say, well, why did Little Point Clear get permission to ignore their permits? And that makes the actions of the commission, frankly, in a way, arbitrary and capricious. And that just cannot be the way that it operates. We have every sympathy for the business and the business community, but this has been a continual process, not since 2017, but since 2015. I would just also briefly like to address the thing about the decks there. We don't consider that to come into compliance. Or if I understand the position correctly, because they pared the deck back and then put fill in and put AstroTurf to the same dimensions right up to the fence and the property line, there's a lot of people all over the place that are just going to say, well, then I'm going to expand my deck right to the property line, because if I just make a continuation of the deck with earth and AstroTurf, that's not a deck. That doesn't seem credible to us. All right, I think I'm nearly done. Let me just... Art, have I forgotten anything? I don't want to tread over all the ground we've gone over there. So again, as I understand it, this will be back up at some point here, and we'll address everything that needs to be addressed then. I thank the commission for your time and allowing us to speak on this.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one final note. I do want to clarify for the record. Number one has not been resolved. They have not removed the south deck. They have told us they will remove the south deck. I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding there. They are still in violation on number one today.
All we need is your permission for the plan to put it. I'll have unsafe, dangerous, not logical. It was voted in because your commission came out and looked at it.
Okay. I'm not cutting you off because I don't want you to speak, but you're not at the mic, so I can't. He is. He has a mic in front of him. That's what we've been talking about tonight. That's what I'm asking you to do. Between you and the staff have to work out the issues. All right. This is really not a public hearing, so I'm not closing one, but I will call an end to the comments, and it's time for the Planning Commission to decide what you want to do.
I make a motion, we give them 120 days to resolve the issues presented to get in compliance.
Do we need to say or?
Or it be automatically revoked, if that's your intention. I don't want to put words into your mouth, but that was our proposal.
Or automatically revoke the variances that they had in place.
So we understand the motion to be 120 days from to date. That'll come to September 3rd. 2022, and if it's not resolved by that date, or some extensions granted, then the conditional use approval from August 2017 will be revoked.
Okay, Mr. Davis has made the motion.
Seconded.
All right. Mr. Seibert seconded the motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We have one last item. The Meeks Highway, this is case HCA 22-5, Meeks Highway Construction Setback Appeal.
All right, we're going to make this one real quick. So this is a request before the Planning Commission to allow a structure to encroach 10 feet into the highway construction setback. You can see the site. This is at the kind of tail end of District 26 in the Point Clear area. As a reminder, there's this special rule book outside of zoning that you all have jurisdiction over, and this is these highway construction setback appeals. Just a quick reminder for everybody to take the conversation. Just a quick reminder for everybody to take the conversation out of the room.
Art, Mr. Dice, or can y'all get them to go out?
All right, this is a case where we kind of had a staff. We told this individual, I believe they had to get a variance, and then we realized that they also had this highway construction setback issue as well. So this is a very lengthy lot that's covered mostly by wetlands, and we don't want people to impact the wetlands if they can, so they were granted a variance to stay out of the wetlands and bump their house forward. Well, that bumped them to some extent into that highway construction setback. I don't know if Mr. Meeks is here. If he is, I'm sorry you had to wait through this whole meeting. Okay. But whatever the case, this is a major collector. You can see it right here. The red line, the red line is the variance that was granted for the building setback, so they allowed them to go in front of that. But they're also going to be about 10 feet in front of the highway construction setback. Again, this keeps them out of wetlands. It keeps them from having to fill wetlands. As you look at the lot as a whole, you can see the surrounding properties, and you can see that there are a variety of properties throughout this road because there's some very odd old state right away here, and so the houses have all sorts of odd setbacks along here, and there are some that are already in front of the highway construction setback and some that are very close, and we think because it's preserving those wetlands that this is warranted in this situation. So again, the requirements to grant one of these is much different than a zoning variance. You just have to do it to remedy a gross inequity or extreme economic hardship. And in this case, we appreciate the fact that he's trying to preserve those wetlands when he could just go fill them, quite frankly, and then be outside the highway construction setback. This road is never going to be widened to put in a giant bridge or anything like that at the end of this street. So our recommendation is approval. Sorry
So Matthew, let me ask an obvious question.
Sure.
I understand avoiding wetlands. What size structure is he putting in? How many square feet? You know, the issue is here, could he build a smaller house? I mean, it's just the house he wants to build, so we're supposed to give him a variance from the setback when he could have built a smaller house. The question is, how big or how small is this house?
So we would take a much stronger position on that if this was a wetland variance request. Because you're right, someone could just build an enormous structure. And even then, we look at the average size of structures in the area. And one thing I'll note, Paula, I believe this is your case, I believe this is a pretty average size structure for what we see in that area. And then the other thing I would note is for highway construction setbacks, it's a pretty unique animal in Baldwin County. And so unless we have a high level of confidence that we expect to widen this road in the future, then I prefer to default to the zoning setbacks. Well, let me reverse that. Unless we have a high level of confidence that if we have a high level of confidence that we're likely never going to need to acquire that right away, then I think that those are generally grounds to grant that.
So follow up to that, then do we run by highway department staff and just make sure that this is not considered one of those situations where we may need that?
You know, I believe I sent this to highway, but I can't remember right now. Did I send this to you, Easy?
I did not get to review this, but I agree with Matthew that the likelihood of County Road 1 in this location being widened is very low within the foreseeable future.
Okay. And I apologize. I thought about sending it to them, but apparently I didn't.
Well, and the fact that there are others along the road there, so it tells me that.
Matthew, can you go to the aerial image slide? Is that struck, the blue, the subject site outlined in blue, those two struck, 3 lots down, it almost looks like a houses or structures in the highway construction setback there.
That's right. And this, the offset they're requesting here would be very similar to what's displayed there.
And this is the road that dead ends at Pelican Point.
That's right.
It goes nowhere.
That's right. And I know we kind of really pound away the variances, and so I appreciate y'all's kind of like reservation on these. The highway construction setback is kind of a different animal, you know.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Everybody's dying to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
All right, All right, Mr. Patch made a motion to grant the variance.
Second.
Mr. Nance seconded the motion. Any questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Public comments? Anybody? We had people signed up, but most of them just left. I mean, literally, there were a lot signed up under public comments. But anybody else here that wanted to speak? Because this is your time if you got public comments. All right. Staff reports?
No staff reports.
You're being nice, aren't you? Legal counsel? Oh.
Mr. Chairman, note that I spared you.
You've been quiet all night. You're going to start now?
I spared you from having to listen to me tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Legal counsel?
No reports.
All right, the next meeting's June 2nd. I will say I appreciate all you guys. We all endure this, I know, but you guys have been really good being here, and I'll tell you from a chairman's standpoint, I've been to these meetings from out there, and to see the regular attendance we have here, I'm telling you, we got a good group, and I appreciate staff, all that you guys do. I know it's not easy. All right, we are adjourned.